Hello, everybody. Welcome to the sweat on this lovely divisional round at Sunday. I'm your host, Jessie Coffield. Buckle up for an hour of betting and DFS analysis and advice. What could be better? And don't forget to tune into Leaderboard Live today. It all begins when the Chiefs and Browns kick off our live stream on YouTube and Twitch. We'll keep you up to date on all the big plays and injuries in today's games. Our DFS analysts will break down the impact of those plays on the big DraftKings contest. So make sure that you tune in for that. But that is later, and this is now. So joining me on your screens are DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, and the fantasy girl Rosalie Michaels. Guys, we are kicking this show off with Put It on the Board. So you're going to use your whiteboard to write down how many fantasy points you think each of the following players will have. You will all reveal at the same time, and then you will make your case. All right, let's start with Jarvis Landry. Guys, the Browns wide receiver is facing a Kansas City defense that's pretty good against the pass, allowing the second fewest fantasy points to wide receivers in the NFL at only 30 per game to the whole position group. So Jarvis Landry, how many fantasy points do we think this guy is going to have today? Let's reveal it in 3, 2, 1. Pierce says 16. Jeff says 12.2. Rosalie says 19.8. Rosalie, you've got him having the highest number. Tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's a tough matchup for him. But you know, we're watching that connection that Baker and Jarvis Landry are having right now. That's his guy. There are a lot of guys that he's going to target. It's a tough matchup against the Chiefs, who give up the third fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver position. And that's not really where you want to attack him, is at the wide receiver position. You want to attack him at the tight end position. You definitely want to attack him at the running back position. You see the amount of fantasy points they give up to running backs and QBs. But I'm giving some respect to Landry and what he's been doing as of late. Just what he's doing with his targets. He's getting some touchdowns. He's catching them, and Baker is looking for him. But, I'm sure the guys are going to say this. I mean, there's been only 2 other games this season that he's gone over 20 fantasy points. And it was against Tennessee and Jacksonville. So not great defenses there, but I'm giving a little bit of respect. I'm expecting a touchdown out of Landry and giving him 19.8.
All right, Pierce, so you were, in the middle between Jeff and Rosalie. Tell us why.
Well, I agree with Rosalie. I don't see Landry putting up a big number. I just don't think that's his role in this offense. But I disagree in terms of defense. He's going to face L'Jarius Sneed, cornerback, in the slot for Kansas City. And he's okay, but in his last 3 games, he's allowed at least 10 fantasy points. That might not seem like a lot, but that's against Lynn Bowden, little Jordan Humphreys. That's a guy, I guess.
Russell Gage is pretty good.
Russell Gage is good, but the other 2, not so much. It really isn't a shutdown corner. Landry should be fine. If this game turns into a blowout, which it could based on the point spread, then he'll get plenty of garbage time. And if it's close, then I got to imagine that the running game's working. It's setting up the play action, and Landry gets plenty of opportunities.
Jeff, you have him scoring the fewest fantasy points, and I didn't really see what your drawing was.
It was just his name in fancy letters, Jesse. But I think we're all kind of in the same ballpark here. I just feel like it's going to be a very RB-centric game for the Chiefs. Or for the Browns, excuse me. The Chiefs have allowed the fewest receptions to wide receivers this year, the fewest over the last 4 weeks too. It's a good secondary. Landry could still go off in volume here. I think I'm at the low end of the range, and I think Rosalie is at the kind of the high end of the range. I think we all are kind of on the same page here.
All right, let's talk about Travis Kelce next. Travis Kelce. All right, he has 47 targets in just his last 4 games. He's well rested. He was held out of that regular season finale, coming off a bye. I mean, what do we think? We know that he sees a lot of action, getting a lot of targets here, people. How many fantasy points do we think Travis Kelce has today? Let's reveal in 3, 2, 1. The big reveal, 22.5 for Jeff. Are you saying infinity, Pierce?
Yes,
infinity. Pierce says infinity. Rosalie says 27.2. Pierce, explain how he's going to have infinity. The limit does not exist. Fantasy points.
Yeah, well, let's just say 26 points, 27 points. He can go even higher. He's averaged 27 over the last 4 games. He's a huge – as Jeff mentioned a week ago, he's probably the DFS MVP of the season. There's just no one else that consistently puts up these points. He's facing the Browns, who allow the fourth most points to tight ends. And you can't guard him with the cornerbacks. You have to throw a safety or a linebacker. He'll probably deal with B.J. Goodson, who is the worst linebacker in coverage in football. And he's also injured. So, it's a pretty easy matchup. Plus, if you want to go down narrative street, Kelsey's from Cleveland, and he said he is a little bit more fired up for this game.
We love narrative street. All right, Rosalie, you have him right around the number that Pierce settled on after he decided Infinity was a little too high, like 27.2. So what can you add to that?
Yeah, I mean, Travis Kelce can do no wrong this season, or really any season. I mean, you look at what he did in the playoffs last year, too. I mean, this is the guy that Patrick Mahomes really trusts. When he's in trouble, when he needs to move the chains, it's Kelce that he goes to. And that's what we're seeing in terms of just the target share. His target share is just ridiculous. And the fact that there's 33.5 implied points for the Kansas City Chiefs this week. Yeah, you want to target those Kansas City players. Then you look at what Cleveland has done against the tight end. You look at the 14.1, 31.5, 14.3, 19.3. And that was against mere mortals, not Travis Kelce. So yeah, he's going to have a monster day.
Jeff, talk to us about Travis Kelce.
So, I mean, look, I actually think infinity is a possibility here. The only reason I wrote down a bit of a lower total is that, for the Browns, you have to look at this game. Like, it's a pick your poison. What are you going to do? You're going to either try and shut down Tyreek Hill, or are you going to shut down Travis Kelce? I don't really think Tyreek Hill is shut downable. So I feel like the Browns might just try and go all in on Kelce. Everybody knows this is coming. It might just lead to like a floor performance. I really do feel like 22 points is probably like an insanely low floor, but that insanely high floor, excuse me, but it might be like his actual floor. So I think you might see a bit more of a muted day, and the points go to Hill. If I had to guess how the offense is going to flow for KC, because look, the Browns have really weak corners too. That's my only worry about Kelce. You still got to play him because other than Austin Hooper, there's really other no tight ends I like on the slate. So.
All right, guys, let's talk quarterbacks. Is it TB12 time? Tom Brady rolling into NOLA today, fired up. This game definitely has shootout potential. He racked up 26 fantasy points in his last game against Washington. Where are we going with this one, guys? Tom Brady, we know how he looks in the playoffs. Let's see it. 3, 2, 1, reveal. All right, 32.2, 27. Rosalie has him with 22.7. So you have him, Rosalie, having the least amount of fantasy points. Talk to us about that.
Wow, I'm the low person here.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was gonna be. This has everything to do with, I love Tom Brady. I love the narrative of this game. I love the Brady versus Breeze at least one more time, right? We saw Brady do really well against a good Washington defense last week. They're the second best pass defense in the league. And so you like that. But New Orleans kind of has Tom Brady's number. He's thrown 5 interceptions in the 2 regular season games against them, including that game where he only put up 5.4 fantasy points and the Bucks only scored 3 points. So I'm a little worried about him here. You look, the Bucks offense has been a little bit more dangerous lately, but it was against Atlanta, Detroit, Atlanta, so I'm not really trusting that it's going to be like that. I'm giving him still more upside than what I think he's going to have because it is Tom Brady and it's going to be a high scoring game. But yeah, I think New Orleans has his number.
Jeff, you do not think that New Orleans has his number. Tampa.
They did have his number, but look, Tom Brady's coming in. My point total might seem high. This dude's averaging like over 29 DK fantasy points over his last 4 games. So it's just in the ballpark of what he's been doing. He's been playing good. Tampa's been throwing way more in the latter half of the season. Tom Brady with over 40 pass attempts, 3 of his last 4 games. Tampa Bay 6th in pass attempts per game. They're throwing the ball. This is what Bruce Arians wanted the offense to look like at the start of the season. This is what you're getting now. I think that with how effective they've been with the 3 elite wideouts, I think you're just going to get another big game, and I'm not sure if New Orleans is going to be able to keep up.
All right, Pierce, what can you add?
Yeah, I'm along the lines of Jeff, but this is basically a 30 points or bust game. He could bust. I think we need to throw out the first game of the season. That was just too early. And then even the second time they matched up, Brown wasn't there. The offense wasn't quite rolling. And as Rosalie mentioned, last week they played pretty well against a good Washington team. One of the things that you like is that they really kept Brady from being in too much pressure. And that's really how the Saints have beat them in the past. The offensive line is playing really well. So if the offensive line continues to keep it up, Brady can easily go over 300 yards. I don't doubt that he'll get 3 or more touchdowns. They just don't seem to run the ball all that much. If you throw for 4,600 yards in a season with a 43-year-old man, you're pretty dead set on passing.
All right, good stuff, guys. We're going to be slinging emojis in our next segment, so stick around for that. First, here's the Unreasonable Odds podcast on this Tampa Bay New Orleans game.
All right, let's close out the NFL section here with Buccaneers and Saints. Obviously, we've seen plenty of memes going around about the two timeless wonders quarterbacking this game in this one. This is one that I'm kind of struggling with a lot myself, so I'm glad we have two good minds on here. Half mind. Drew's been fantastic, so I'm looking forward to what Drew has to say at least. But the Saints are -3 favorites in this one, over under 51.5. That's a tough number, I feel like. I think that's a really tough number there. This opened with the Saints at 3.5, so not much movement on this one. The Buccaneers 9-8 against the spread, 2-1 against the spread as underdogs. The Saints 10-7 overall, 9-6 as favorites. But important to note, I feel like the Saints are 7-6 against the spread, specifically with Drew Brees. We have to remember that too, because obviously Taysom Hill was in there for plenty, too much. We still see him too much. Drew, we don't like Taysom Hill on this show, so I hope you're not a big fan or anything. No posters at your house, but we're not a big fan of Taysom Hill. 7-6 against the spread with Drew Brees. What are your thoughts on this one, Drew? This is one I think I'm struggling with the most. I feel like this could go either way, but I also feel like you can't really take into account the two games we saw with them already, because I feel like this Buccaneers team is not even the same team that we saw when these teams played in the first half, because especially defensively, they're crumbling. Like, they're absolutely crumbling, especially in the secondary. This is a team that you're going to be able to throw against. Obviously, Drew Brees is not the quarterback we've seen before. He's not going to take a lot of those deep shots, but he has all of his weapons at his disposal. He has Michael Thomas. He has Alvin Kamara. That's the biggest factor for me. But then also on the other side, Marshawn Lattimore has been extremely beatable this season. And if you give the Buccaneers too many ways to beat you, that's where you're going to run into trouble. So that's kind of where I've been so conflicted here. I think the line is set perfectly at -3. Take it away, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think my number on this is New Orleans by 3 too. I completely agree with the original line movement. Anyone that got Tampa Bay at +3.5 made a good bet. I don't think it's going back. And your points are all reasonable. I'm a little I would point to different reasons that the first two games are not a great indication. The first game the Saints won. If they don't win the turnover battle, they're 3-0. They lose that game. Their offense stunk. Their defense played fine, but if they don't come away with the takeaways, then they lose. In the second game, you had no Ali Marpet, who is a hugely important player for the hugely important player on the offensive line for the Buccaneers. And, without Marpet in the game, Tom Brady was pressured up the middle constantly, and the Buccaneers offense was useless. And at full strength offensive line last week against the Washington football team did great. And the Washington football team didn't have the best rushing, pass rush scheme. I thought they needed to come at Brady up the middle and try to get there quicker. They didn't. They went with the sort of, we're going to rush around the edges and get to him. And the ball was gone by the time they got there every single freaking time. I think the Saints are smarter. I think the Saints are going to have a better scheme. They know exactly what to do against Tom Brady. This is not a surprise. Anyone who's been watching football for the last 20 years knows if you come at Brady up the middle and generate pressure, you're going to disrupt him. And I think the Saints are going to try that. And I think that it has potential to work. Now, Marshawn Lattimore also has, for whatever reason, just been an absolute beast in his career matching up against Mike Evans. I don't know what it is between those two guys, but he has done well covering Evans. So that's a positive for the Saints. And then, as you mentioned, with Michael Thomas out there with Kamara at full strength, the way they're integrating Harris now in passing game, Emmanuel Sanders as a nice third option, and then Latavius Murray as a change of pace back. Yep. All of it is and Sean Payton is the better coach, better offensive mind, better play caller, better play sequencer in my opinion. And if he calls this game aggressively, if he knows that they're going to need to score and put pressure on this team to win, I think the Saints get it done and move on to the NFC title game. I don't have a strong strong opinion on what Brady and that, embarrassment of riches from an offense is going to do here. Brady has obviously been lighting the world on fire over the last handful of weeks, but he's gone up against some pretty weak defenses. Yeah. So there could be some, a little bit of potential the market is overreacting here and giving Brady a little too much credit. We'll see. But I would lean Saints advance, but I don't have a solid angle to play here.
What's up, everybody? The show you're watching right now is called The Sweat. This is the place to be for all the best NFL betting and DFS advice, obviously. I'm your host, Jessie Coffield, here to dish out said advice is DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler, Kenny Ducey, and Gary Thorne. Here's what we're doing right now, guys. It's called All the Feels. So which players will make you feel like these emojis on this divisional round Sunday? We have our first emoji right here. May I present to you this emoji? Okay. Everybody sees it? Yes. It is shooketh. We are shocked. There it is. The emoji. So, Reed, which player is going to make you feel like that today?
Well, I was going to say Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but he's probably feeling the same thing like, man, I wish I could play in this game. No, I'm going Antonio Brown. I think he's going to absolutely come out and perform in this game. He's averaging 13.5 points, PPR points in his last 4 games. He's found the end zone 5 times in those games, and Evans not being 100%, even though he says he is. Or all the experience on Marshawn Lattimore has on him and how he's played against Mike Evans. And look, Chris Godwin is good as a great player, but I think the Saints have figured out they have to stop Chris Godwin because just because he's a really good player. I think you look at what Tom Brady wants to do, what he's going to be able to do with AB. So I'm going to take him. All
right, Kenny, what do we think? Who's going to make you feel this way of this emoji?
I think it's going to be Rob Gronkowski, and this is a crazy call, right? Because it has to be someone that we don't think is going to perform well and actually exceeds our expectations. And I think that he's probably the best suited to exceed our expectations just because, look, he tied for the team lead in red zone targets with 21. Everyone's going to look at the fact that last weekend he got 1 target in that win over Washington, but the target was in the end zone. So I think this guy could potentially score 2 touchdowns. I mean, this is why they brought Gronk to the Buccaneers. He said he's coming back already. He's not thinking about retirement. He's thinking about winning another Super Bowl with Tom Brady. Look, I just think that the potential is there for him to score multiple times. He's not going to get he might not reach Austin Hooper level of involvement with 8 catches and 90 yards, but I think this guy could turn back the clock today. I think that he's going to be a reliable option for the Buccaneers. And the thing to remember about this game is that it's going to be filled with passing. Both rush defenses are very, very good. So ultimately, if you believe in the Saints secondary to lock up the Buccaneers, which I'm kind of bearish on, but a lot of people like Marshawn Lattimore and the other Gardner Johnson, the other guys they have in that secondary, maybe Gronkowski's the guy who gets free 30 yards down the field a few times. So I think he could actually have a pretty decent game today, considering the fact that he's done basically nothing in quite some time. I think that he could shock some people.
All right, Gary, and these guys have gone with this emoji, meaning that someone's going to exceed your expectations, maybe surprise you. Where are you going with this?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the shocked, surprised, and maybe my guy won't have as high a ceiling as the 2 gentlemen that they pointed out, but someone like Traquan Smith, I think some people are just going to be like, oh, that guy's active when he catches the pass today, because, he hasn't been around the last couple of weeks. He was only designated to return from IR on Wednesday. We got news yesterday that he was going to play in this game. And while his snap count is a little unclear, you look at how the snaps were sort of distributed for the Saints wide receivers, even their tight ends in last week's game against the Bears. No one had more than a 70% snap share. So I think you're probably going to be looking at 40 to 60% for Traquan Smith. And maybe he's not someone you're playing on the 2-game slate because, the 3,300 price tag isn't some crazy value when it comes to that particular price projection. But on Showdown, where he's $400, I just think there's always someone on the Saints, whether it's Adam Troutman or whoever, who scores a touchdown. And you're like, man, I forgot that guy was even on this team. Marquez Callaway? All right, sure. It's going to be Traquan Smith today.
All right, guys, let's move on to our next emoji. Here it is. Here it is. It is the laughing with tears emoji. So interpret that as you will, Kenny.
I'm gonna go, and first of all, Gary and I were disagreeing before the segment about Tua, and we were getting towards a fight here, but I love his Traquan Smith call. I think that is the sharpest thing Gary said all season long. I'm a huge fan of Traquan Smith today. I also didn't think he was active until I was doing research for this, and I was like, oh wait, he's in the lineup. So I love him, but no, I think for this emoji, I'm gonna have to go with Patrick Mahomes. Look, the Cleveland defense is averaging 38 passes a game against them. They're 25th in passing yards against. This is a bad passing defense. And look, everyone in the world, right, is on the Browns today to keep this game close. And so if the Browns keep this game close, I think that Patrick Mahomes is set up to have just a tremendous day here. And the other thing is, like, I almost feel like they've kind of been in cruise control all season. Like, we've seen them go up 21 points on the Buccaneers and then just let them back in the game in the second half. And just the whole team really has looked very lackadaisical. I think that there's a very high possibility that we just see a completely different Chiefs team today. Like, they just turn it on, they flip a switch, and they go for 50 points. I really think that that's a possibility, given how bad this Browns defense is. There is a good chance that they have not shown us their final form yet this year. So I think Patrick Mahomes is just going – I think people are starting to kind of get a little bit bearish on Mahomes because, you know, the price kind of drops. He's had what? He hasn't had a good game in quite some time. I think that he could absolutely go off today. So I'm gonna be laughing at the people that didn't take Patrick Mahomes.
All right, Gary, who's going to have you feeling some type of way, this type of way?
I mean, I'm still processing the backhanded compliment from Kenny.
I was just about to say that too.
I didn't mean it as backhand. I thought that was incredibly sharp, Gary.
I mean, I'm glad to know that I've said a couple intelligent things on a show where Kenny comes on weekly and explains how the Jets are going to win a game. So anyway, moving on. I think that this is one of those, like, I'm so ridiculously happy. I'm to the point of tears. How did more people not get in on this? And obviously this is going to be a chalky play to some extent, but every lineup you have should have Alvin Kamara in it today. I mean, there is nothing stopping him right now. I don't think he's going to play like 100% of the Saints snaps, but we're looking at someone who this season scored an NFL high 21 touchdowns. And he did that with only a 40% share of his team's carries inside the red zone, because 25% were going to Latavius Murray and 25% were going to Taysom Hill for whatever reason. And neither of those guys are expected to play in this game. So if you're telling me Alvin's going to get every single touch in the red zone for the Saints, I mean, I think we're talking about multiple touchdowns, not even one trip to the end zone. So I know he's expensive, but every lineup I have is going to have Kamara in it today.
All right, talk to me, Reed. Who is making you feel laughing, tears, however you interpret it?
Well, one is that the only person that can make Garion be semi-snark is Kenny with the shoulder pads, which I think is just fantastic, because Garion's like the nicest dude out there. But include me in that too, Kenny. I was disagreeing with you as well. But
yeah,
I think it's going to be Mike Thomas. I love the Kamara call. I didn't like him before the news came out with both Taysom Hill and Latavius Murray out. Maybe we see Ty Montgomery, but come on, like it's Deontay Harris. Come on, those guys aren't going to affect anything. It's Mike Thomas, and the reason why I'm laughing is he's only $6,700. Like the price increase is not that much. And Carlton Davis, the guy that should match up against Thomas at the beginning of the year, so according to Kenny's PFF, not Fowler Fantasy Focus, he was great. But the last 7 games that Carlton Davis has played, he's allowed 37 and 52 passing for 600 yards. Over 600 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And in the dome, Mike Thomas, since 2018, 23 games, guy averages 23 DK fantasy points, over 100 yards receiving. Like Gary was saying, I think these Saints, although I'm leaning a little bit more towards Tampa Bay on the DK Sportsbook side, these Saints, in terms of on DraftKings, are going to be should be in your lineups.
All right, excellent work, guys. Thank you for all the feels. We're going to talk betting trends in our next segment. But first, let's hear from the guys from the Favorites podcast presented by the Action Network with a Cleveland, Kansas City preview.
We got our Sunday games. 2 Sunday games. The first game, mid-afternoon, the Browns, the resurgent, the inspirational Browns, 10-point dogs on the road against the Chiefs. If there was ever a time to fade the Browns and smash the Chiefs, it is this weekend.
Big bet of the week.
Big bet of the week.
The Chiefs.
What do we get?
And it doesn't.
Okay.
People are saying to themselves, how's this take to bet the Chiefs? Because no one believes in the Chiefs right now. They haven't covered in what seems like 2 months. They haven't played a football game now in 3 weeks. And Andy Reid off a bye. That's it. That's all you need to say. Andy Reid off a bye. I can't see this Browns team that we know what their defense is. Their defense is they can get a turnover or two. They have a chance to win or cover a game. If they don't get any turnovers, that defense is horrible. They don't have anyone that can stop a good offense. And we saw Ben Roethlisberger, who can't throw the ball deep. What did he put up, 39 points? I forgot how many points they end up with. But Pittsburgh, they kind of showed the blueprint of what every team has done to the Browns this year, which is you can just pass on them. So the Browns, what you just said, they're going to be the square dog of the week. I mean, I'm a little scared. We'll talk about the Bucs game, but that might be the square dog too of the week. But this is just one of these games where the public, exactly what you're saying, they're thinking the Browns are a team of destiny now after that last game, a game that I honestly gave them no chance to win, and they really showed up as a team. And Baker played well in that game. He made big throws. I cannot do it. I cannot back the Browns here against Patrick Mahomes. And we talked last year when I came on the show. I kept giving out the Chiefs at a high number. I think it was Houston, they played in the Titans, and both times I said I had them at, I think the Houston had them at -14, and we saw what happened in that game. They came back and they scored 54 straight points. And the final week against the Titans, which was a public dog, everyone loved the Titans after they had just upset the Ravens and just beat the Patriots. I think that line was, I think it was +8, +9, and it got bet down to like 7.5 for the Titans. The Chiefs beat them by 11. So it's another one of those weeks where I think a lot of sharps are actually going to come in on the Chiefs here, and they're going to trust Andy Reid's going to have these guys right. Maybe the Browns is a smart first half bet. You can bet that the Chiefs come out slow and sloppy. But I think once the Chiefs start getting in a groove, I don't think they're going to take the foot off the gas like they did during the regular season. I think they're going to kill these guys. So I'm with you. This is one of these I'd happily put in with the Chiefs.
Chiefs, 100%. By the way, you're right in your assessment. I'm looking at the data right now in the Action Network app. 53% of the bets, that is the public, coming in on the Browns as 10-point dogs. 60% of the money, the professionals, coming in on the Kansas City Chiefs. And Simon, we are nothing if not professionals. The total in this game, 55.5. You got an opinion?
Yeah, I got to take the under again, where we've seen the Chiefs, they want to try to run the ball more, ball control, and we know what the Browns staple. So I could see the public coming in on the over because the Browns, they can give up so many points, and the Chiefs, they can score a lot of points, but I have to do the under. I just can't see this kind of game script where either team is going to want to be playing fast. I think both of them want to keep each team's offense off the field. So I like the under here at that number.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jessie Coffield. They're DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, and the fantasy girl, Rosalie Michaels. And it is time for you guys to lay your betting trend on us. So a trend that's caught your eye on the DraftKings Sportsbook for the divisional round. Jeff, give us your betting trend, and then Rosalie and Pierce, you guys can react.
Yeah. So, okay. Since Bruce Arians has taken over as head coach in Tampa Bay, the overs for Tampa, 22-11, 22-11. And then you go, you take that a step further when Sean Payton and Bruce Arians have matched up. The over's 5-2 at hitting. I take the over 52.5. I mean, Bruce Arians wants to throw the ball. Are the New Orleans Saints really going to shut down Tampa to like under 20 points? And even in game one, with Tampa's offense as discombobulated as it was, they scored 23 points in this spot. I like the over here is all it says. I think the trends are leaning towards that too. The over's crept up a little bit in this number. I think it may have been started around 51.5, 52, but this trend is pretty solid in my opinion. Like I said, whenever you get Bruce Arians, especially in a dome, especially with this quarterback playing well, I think the over is always in play. So that's my big one as far as trends go, and one that I'm spotting today.
Pierce, you look a little confused, like you're not convinced here.
No, I'm not confused. It's just I kind of struggle with the same situation considering the overs and unders here. And it wasn't a definite yes, I want to go with the overs. but they have been trending over. And if you're looking at this game, really the only way that it does go under is if Tom Brady has that terrible game where the Saints defense really puts it on him. But I don't see Drew Brees really having a terrible game, but they should be able to move the ball against this defense. Michael Thomas should be able to move the ball. I think the offenses at the end of the day will carry it through. And I think it goes over. I'm just not crazy about it because there is the possibility that both of these defenses can show up. They can shut down the run game, and it can turn into a conservative game.
All right, Rosalie, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about the over?
You know, again, this has all the markings of a marquee matchup, right? Which it says high scoring game. So it's two prolific quarterbacks that, you know, we've followed throughout their career. I love Bruce Arians. I think he's fantastic and he knows how to game plan. So I do worry about the Tampa Bay side of it just a little bit, but I mean, the amount of options that Tom Brady has to throw to, even if Mike Evans gets shut down by Lattimore, which everybody expects because he owns him, you know, he's got Antonio Brown. He's got Chris Godwin. He's throwing to Cameron Brate more. He's got Rob Gronkowski and Leonard Fournette's in there as well. So he's got all the options and he's going, even if there's some garbage time points, I think it could easily go over 52.5. I don't hate it at all.
All right, Rosalie, let's get your betting trend. We're getting a little tight on time, so just going to get your betting trend, and then Pierce will just get yours. So no need to react. But Rosalie, what is your betting trend?
Well, my betting trend is everybody's on the Browns and the Bills, right? These are the stories that everybody's going for. Everybody's rooting for the Browns. Everybody's rooting for the Bills. And this line just keeps moving. It was at 10, then 9.5. Now, Pierce was just saying before the break, it's now at 8. +8 for Cleveland, -8 for the Chiefs. But I'm still on the Cleveland side of this. You know, Baker's gone 161 passes now without an interception. He's playing very, very well. But when you look at Cleveland on the season, it's not awesome against the spread, but I'm looking at Kansas City since the beginning of November. They won by 2, they won by 4, they won by 3, they won by 6, they won by 6, they won by 3, they won by 3, and they lost by 17. They're keeping these scores close, so I still like the Browns here.
All right, Pierce, what is your betting trend?
Buccaneers money line. This seems to be where a lot of the sharp money is coming in. No one has beaten Tom Brady 3 times in a season. Only 66% of the time does a team sweep another team. So 1 out of 3 times the team avoids being swept. I think that this is going to be that one time. And a lot of it has to do with just offensive line play and defensive pass rush. The Saints have only applied 12% pass pressure over the last 2 weeks. Brady last week against arguably the best pass rush in football was blitzed 18 times, only had an 18% pressure rate. The times that he really struggled against New Orleans, 22% pass pressure rate, 36% pass pressure rate. Tampa Bay's offense is playing a lot better. The weapons are working. His line's blocking. They'll keep him upright. And I think Tampa wins this thing outright.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good stuff. Kenny and Garen will be back to talk about showdown picks after our KFC Sunday Night Spotlight.
Our KFC Sunday Night Showdown series rolls on as we get ready for the divisional round of the playoffs with Steve Buchanan. I am Adam Kaufman. We're here from DraftKings taking a look at the Buccaneers and Saints. That's right. History Channel's own Tom Brady and Drew Brees getting set to go head-to-head. Bukes, obviously third meeting between these two teams. The Saints have taken both, one of them very comfortably, 72 total points in those two. So if you had to pick a captain on the Nolan side, who is it?
Oh, you're so cultured, Kaufman. All up to date on your memes. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Let's go with Michael Thomas here. He just came back from injury. Finally, he's probably healthier than anybody that's on the field right now. Came back, so 7 targets in his return, made a big impact. And now this week, he's going to see Carlton Davis in coverage. That is somebody you want to be targeting against. He's allowed a 61.2% catch rate, an average of 14 yards per reception on those catches. You look at what happened to him last week in coverage against the Washington football team. He allowed 6 receptions for 92 yards. Both Cam Sims and Terry McLaurin averaged 17 yards per catch on 5 receptions last week. Now he's going to face Michael Thomas. Yeah, that's your captain.
All right, so if you're captaining Thomas, I'm guessing you're probably going to flex Drew Brees, look for that stack. But if you want somebody on the Bucs side, who is it?
Yeah, Mike Evans, he's healthy. We saw him make a huge impact last week as well. 10 targets last week. He caught 6 of them for 119 yards. And when the Bucs are in the red zone, they are looking Mike Evans' way. He has a 21.8 red zone target average throughout the Buccaneers. That's the highest on the team. If they're trying to score, why not go for the big man in the end zone there? Mike Evans is going to make a big impact in this one. This is honestly going to be a shootout against 2 poor secondaries. Get Evans in there.
Bukes, thanks a lot, bud. Do not forget to feed your whole crew with KFC's $20 fill-up. Choose between original recipe, extra crispy chicken, or crispy tenders, and get all the home-style sides you need. Drive-thrus are open, or get contactless delivery at kfc.com.
Let's talk showdown picks, everybody. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Gary and Thorne. Guys, need your top plays for today's 2 showdown contests. Kenny, who is your captain's pick for Cleveland, Kansas City?
Oh, look, first of all, I'm going to start with, I think that there's going to be 2 different schools of thought here, right? Like, I think you can go with Le'Veon Bell as your captain. I think that he should be able to get enough points here, and he will let you fit in Hill, Kelsey, and Mahomes if you want them. But, looking at Cleveland, I think it's going to be pretty top-heavy. I want to get Chubb in there or Jarvis Landry. So I'm going to go with Travis Kelsey and then just punt elsewhere as my captain. Look, the guy has just been a target machine, double-digit targets in 4 straight games and most of the season, frankly. Mahomes, it's his clear top target. You saw him in the Super Bowl. In the playoffs last season, he goes to Kelsey when the moments are big, when he needs to go to Kelsey. He also has a touchdown in 4 straight games and 5 of the last 6. It is really hard to argue that anybody but Travis Kelsey is going to have the best game here. I also think Tyreek Hill is going to get a high volume of catches, but ultimately the upside that Kelsey possesses here, he is probably the offensive player of the year. He is continuing to get fed, and Mahomes seems to be determined to give him the greatest season ever had by a tight end. So I'm going to go with Travis Kelsey here. Cleveland's pass defense is very bad. He should eat.
15,900 in the captain spot. Gary, where are you going to look for your captain?
Yeah, I'm also going to go with Kelsey. And I think you do kind of have to choose between Kelsey and Hill on these showdown slates, and it's tough. And you can definitely choose wrong, but the Browns have been so bad against tight ends this season. 3rd most DraftKings points per game, 2nd most targets overall. They've allowed 6 passing touchdowns to tight ends in their last 8 regular season games. And then Eric Ebron, I know every Steeler had a really nice game. Roethlisberger threw for 500 yards last week, but 7 catches, 62 yards, and a touchdown for Ebron. They just can't stop tight ends, and now they got to face the best one in the league.
All right, well, we were talking about this in the break. Hard to find value for this one. Gary, where did you end up finding it?
I mean, I think there's 2 distinct places to go on the Chiefs side of things, and that's you pay down for quote-unquote their wide receiver 2. And I think Demarcus Robinson is that guy, but he doesn't quite bring that ceiling to the table. So maybe you take a shot with someone like Mecole Hardman at 1,800. In the 6 games in the middle of the regular season where Sammy Watkins was sidelined, played about 50% of the snaps in those games, only had a 9% target share. But as we know, with his speed, he only needs 1 or 2 targets to, break off a 70, 80-yard touchdown. And that's kind of what you're hoping for here. Or maybe he does something in the return game. That's also a possibility that Hardman gives you. And aside from that, maybe you take your chances with Darrell Williams and cross your fingers this isn't a Darwin Thompson game.
All right, guys. Hardman showed up to the stadium in a Mahomes Texas Tech jersey, trying to get Mahomes to target him here. All right. Kenny, where are you going to find some value?
Yeah, look, I think that Le'Veon Bell here in this game is going to have a good game. So I'm going to say this with a grain of salt, but I think I can't ignore Darrell Williams here at $600. He had 70% of the snaps in week 16. When CEH was out, he seems to be the clear number 2. And for whatever reason, the Chiefs just haven't wanted to fully unleash Le'Veon Bell. Maybe it's that he's just in the downside of his career and he's not as good anymore. They seem to not want to get him involved in the passing game. We do know that Darrell Williams is the speedier of the 2 backs. Kansas City ranks 13th in pace according to Football Outsiders. So I think if they want to push the tempo here against the Browns, which could very well happen because the Browns are a ground and pound team. They have one of the slowest offenses in football, so they would love a slow-moving game here, right? They're going to want to go to Darrell Williams at running back over Le'Veon Bell, who slows things down when he has the football and when they get him into the game and get him the rock. So ultimately, I think Darrell Williams here is a tremendous value at $600. You cannot ignore him, and I think you have to have him in some of your lineups just because, you are kind of holding your nose, crossing your fingers that it's not the Darwin Thompson game, but Darrell Williams seems to be the clear number 2 here, given what they've shown when CEH has missed time during the regular season. So I'm going to have to go with him.
All right, Kenny, who are you going for your captain's pick in this Tampa Bay New Orleans game?
So I think it has to be Antonio Brown, just because when you look at the matchups, I think now I should also say, I love everyone on the slate, right? I keep saying this. I keep saying, oh, this guy's going to do well. But I do think that Mike Evans is in a really good spot here, because I think that Marshawn Lattimore has had a bad season. He's kind of overrated by the public, and I think not a lot of people are going to be picking on him with Mike Evans. But I want to pick on Chauncey Gardner-Johnson here with Antonio Brown, because he's the guy that should be going against Gardner-Johnson at the third wide receiver position in the slot. So look, you look at week 1, he was targeted 7 times, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, for 7 catches. He allowed all 7 targets to be caught in week 1. Then in week 9 against Tampa Bay, these both Buccaneers games, targeted 6 times. So it's clear that the Buccaneers want to pick on Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He's in the bottom half of the league in coverage, according to Pro Football Focus. And we know Antonio Brown, he had the touchdown last week. He's quickly established himself as maybe the number 2 target there in Tampa Bay, aside from Mike Evans, who seems to get all the red zone targets. But you saw him break free for a touchdown last week. I think it's very possible he scores a touchdown again here. And again, given the fact of these 2 Buccaneers-Saints games that the Buccaneers have really chosen to go at Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I think you want to pick the guy that's going to be facing Gardner-Johnson. That's going to be Antonio Brown. So give me him in my captain spot.
Gary, and who is your captain going to be?
I'll keep it short because I already talked about Kamara, but it's Alvin Kamara. I know he's expensive, but again, with those 2 absences, with Latavius Murray and Taysom Hill not playing, no one there to take carries away from him at the goal line, this is someone who's already seen 20-plus carries in the Saints' last 2 games they had to win. So it's clear that Sean Payton wants to lean on his studs a little bit more in these high-leverage games. That's why he was saving Michael Thomas. So I just think this is a game where maybe we see Alvin get 25 to 30 touches, which is a pretty dangerous combination.
All right, thanks, guys. The Sweat will be right back. In the meantime, here are the guys from the Favorites podcast presented by the Action Network.
All right, last game on the slate. We had talked about this Sunday night in our instant reaction video. The Bucs are 3.5-point dogs at the Saints right now. It opened at 4, got down to 3. Now it's at 3.5. You were right about this one too. You just said you thought that the Bucs might be the public dog of the week. They are getting 58% of the bets. The flip side is that unlike the Browns Chiefs, where the majority of the pros are betting on the Chiefs, you're also getting a majority of the money on the Bucs in this scenario. Do we still like the Bucs at plus 3.5?
Yeah, it's interesting that it went back from 3 up to 3.5 again.
Yeah.
A little scary because that's usually a sign of them telling you that some pro group has a good read here on the Saints and the books trusting that group. But this is an interesting weekend, man. We have the NFC with all the old guard quarterbacks. We got 2 quarterbacks playing in their 40s. Rodgers, 37, 38. And then you go over to the AFC and the oldest quarterback's Baker. What is he, 25? So it's interesting looking at this where it's just 2 different splits here where we're looking at a time of just not the change in the guard, but it's just funny how the league just evolves and changes. And looking at this game again, where the Bucs and the Saints, it's the 3rd time they've seen each other now. And we talked, like you said, on Sunday night, where I just thought this number should just be 3. That it's one of those where you give respect to the Saints for what they've done this year and the fact that they beat the Buccaneers twice. And I have this number in my model at 2.5 because I obviously have taken a little bit of points away from the Saints here just because they have no fans in the stadium. And everything we've seen from the Saints, that Browns gave them a gift. Him dropping that ball there in the end zone where Mitch Trubisky might only make 4 great throws in a game. And that was one of the great throws. That was literally right through his arms in the breadbasket. And the Saints got away with one. It felt like they got away with one there with the Bears. The Bears defense, say whatever you want, they showed up in that game. And I can't see the Buccaneers having back-to-back just sloppy games because I don't think they played well against the Washington game. I watched that game twice now, and we had our opportunities, but Brady just played a flawless game. He never gave an opportunity to turn the ball over. He got sacked a couple times. I think he had 3 or 4 sacks against them, but he never gave the ball away. And what I've seen from Drew Brees here is he's willing to throw a couple risky passes here. He doesn't have the same arm strength on his arm, and I just like it that we're getting 3.5 still with the Buccaneers. I know it's a square pick, but to me, this is just a smart side here, and I'm going to ask you to be my companion here and take that 3.5 with me.
I am going to be your companion because we are walking into a hornet's nest, brother, and we are taking the public dog, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, at plus 3.5. Be my companion. I love you, brother.
And it's if it doesn't move, like if this number doesn't go back to 3 or goes up to 4, we're gonna talk, because then I'll have to be like, okay, I got to reach out to some people and hear what they're reading on this game, because this just feels like a no-brainer to me that this should be 3. And it is scary that they're moving against the public here with us, but the public can't lose both weeks in a row, can they, Chad? So
no way.
Hopefully they get a game right here for us.
What do we think of the total here? 51.5, 52.
And this is going to be – I already talked to a bunch of sharps, and they told me they pounded this game under. I don't know what the money's saying on your site, but, like, these guys I talked to, they have big money.
Like, ridiculous, 90% on the under right now.
And I think, seriously, that might be 3 guys I know, because they're, like, big money bettors. They don't make a lot of bets. And each of them Sunday night said heavy, heavy bet on the under in this game. But I'm leaning the other side right now. I got burned in that Bears game because Mitch didn't show up, but I still think the Saints defense can give up points. I still think they're susceptible to a good offense. And we just saw the Buccaneers get how many points did the Washington get? Did they get 20 or 21? Or I forget the number.
23.
But they were able to score on this Bucs defense. So I'm going to go against my brother in here. I'm going to take the over here, but it's scary. So I won't put it as our best 5, but man, that's crazy. 90% of the money's coming down the under right now.
What's up, guys? Don't forget, you can keep track of DK's biggest contest by following along with DraftKings Leaderboard live right here at 3 p.m. It's going to keep you up to date on all the big plays, injuries, and the impact of that on divisional round Sunday and the impact of those plays on the big DK contest. So make sure you tune in after this show for that. But like I said, we still have more pregame analysis coming your way. I am here with DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler, and it is time to chase or fade some hot takes. So Jeff, give us your hot take for today, and then Reed will give his take on your take and vice versa. And I heard that your hot take is really something.
Oh, let's go. Let's take it up a notch because we know Reed's going to bring us all down. So I'm going to get things started with the Browns money line. Yes, Reed, you're right. You know me like a book here. Plus 320. What everybody said, the Browns is the worst playoff team left. The Browns are terrible. The Browns have an amazing offense. They have one of the best offensive weapons in the league with Nick Chubb, who I'll get to in a second. But this is a team that ranks top 12 in offensive efficiency. They can keep pace with the team like the Chiefs. This is what makes the Cleveland Browns a good team. This is why they're here. Yeah, okay, they allowed 500 yards to Ben Roethlisberger. Did you see the fact that they were up 28-0 before that? This team can score. They're going up against the Chiefs defense, only 23rd in DVOA. Yeah, it's probably going to be a close game. Yeah, KC's probably going to score a bunch of points. Cleveland can keep pace here, and Nick Chubb is the reason why, Reed. And Nick Chubb, 5 targets in 2 of his last 3 games. They're using him in the pass game. They're using him in the red zone. They finally figured it out. He's their best player, Reed. He's going to go over 200 all-purpose yards today. Oh, Browns money line, people. That's what I'm taking.
Okay, so I'm going to take that second part first. I agree with you. And to everyone who's paying attention out there, these are correlated bets, right? Because if you think that the Browns are going to win, Chubb's going to get a ton of it's just going to be featured a ton. He's going to get a ton of opportunities. I don't believe in the Kareem Hunt revenge narrative here. That really doesn't make me think that Nick Chubb is not going to play well. I do like that. If you're going Nick Chubb, like over rushing, I think it's at 75.5 now. Yes, hit that. Over 15.5 receiving. Yes, over hit that. But come on. What happened last time, people, when Jeff picked money line of a team that was double-digit dogs last week? What happened? They scored 3 points. Now, Cleveland is not Chicago. We all know that. Cleveland is a much better team than Chicago. But let's be real here. Let us be real. Kansas City is the best team in the NFL. They're second in yards per play on offense. And yes, their defense is not great.
What happened in Casey's first game last year to Houston? What happened? Just remind me of that.
I know Steve's not here and Kenny misses Steve, but I don't care about what happened last year with Kansas City. It's a different team. This is a completely different team. It's a different makeup. And yes, you have a lot of the same players on this offense. But let's remember about Kansas City. They're going up against one of the worst pass defenses, not just still in the playoffs, one of the worst. They're ranked 22nd in the NFL. MJ Stewart, not going to stop anybody. Even with Denzel Ward coming back, he doesn't follow a guy like Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill lines up 50% in the slot. There is no one to stop Travis Kelce. If you listen to Pierce, if you listen to Gary, or anybody on this show, no one's going to stop Travis Kelce.
Okay, you don't like it. I want to hear yours. I've heard enough.
Mine's not going to be as hot as that. That's not going to be as hot as that. I get that. I think Antonio Brown goes for 2 touchdowns in this game. I want to say 3, but the last time I went over 3 touchdowns in anything, I got a big goose egg last week. So I'm going to say AB 2 touchdowns plus 1,400 on the DK Sportsbook right now. Marshawn Lattimore completely bottles up Mike Evans. I am not in the same camp as Kenny on that. I don't believe Mike Evans is going to have a good game at all. And I get that he's back on the field. I get that Tom Brady loves to feature him in the red zone. But look at what AB has done since he's been there. 20% target share. He's got a touchdown in the last 5 games. And Chris Godwin is the guy that plays in the slot. No one's going to be able to guard Antonio Brown. That's why he's here. You have so many weapons. And I get Cameron Brate was a guy last week. I don't care. Antonio Brown, 2 touchdowns. If you like that, plus 1,400 in the DK Sportsbook against this okay secondary in New Orleans.
Okay, I think you're close here because I do feel like one of these secondary receivers. Look, I just talked about how I like Tom Brady, how I like the over in this game. And I think part of it is the Bucs are going to be throwing all game. I lean towards Godwin in that spot. Godwin went for 3 touchdowns against the Saints last year. I think if anyone is doing it, he's going to get matched up in the slot. Janoris Jenkins, probably a little bit more likely to see Antonio Brown when he's on the field, but it could work out for Brown. His target share has definitely gone up. Could also be Gronk. So I think we're kind of in the same ballpark here. I just don't really have a hot take as to which guy it's going to be. But if you're asking pure talent, it's probably Brown. So I guess I'll give you a small W on that, but that wasn't hard.
Look, like I said, last time I did this, I went 4 passing touchdowns for Lamar, and he got a big goose egg. So I'm playing a little light here. And look, like you mentioned, there's a ton of weapons on this team for Tampa Bay. So saying that anybody's going to have multiple touchdowns in this game, and I think this is going to go under. I know everyone's talking about the over in this one. I think it goes under, especially when it's increasing up to 53 now. I just like the under.
All right, guys, those takes were hot. Now let's hear from the guys from the Unreasonable Odds podcast on this Cleveland-Kansas City game.
The Sunday game. Browns at Chiefs. Chiefs are 10-point favorites in this one. Pretty much expected on that one. Over under of 57. The Chiefs did open up at 9.5-point favorite, so not a ton of movement on that one. But, Drew, this is one where both of these teams have really not excelled from a betting perspective. Chiefs 7-9 against the spread, only 6-8 as favorites. The Browns 7-10 overall against the spread, 3-3 as underdogs. Kansas City has not been a good over team. Cleveland has. I feel like there's an obvious answer here because the Chiefs at -10, I would be surprised if this one is a close one. But if there's one thing that I can kind of hang my hat on, is kind of giving me some pause. Both teams' strengths on offense play into both teams' weaknesses on defense. You can absolutely throw against the Browns. That secondary is putrid. If it wasn't for the Titans, they'd probably be the second worst secondary that's left. They're probably the worst one left now. You can run against the Chiefs. And we know how much they like using Nick Chubb and how great he's been. Chubb ended the regular season averaging 4 yards per carry after contact. You can't bring this guy down. He's a beast. That was even a better mark than Derrick Henry. Granted, Derrick Henry was at 3.9 yards. He's right there, but he's just in that category. What are you kind of feeling for this one? Because, like I said, the Chiefs at -10 feel like the play, but if the Browns get to an early lead, they're going to be able to run against the Chiefs.
Yeah, no, there is a wide array of potential game states that make this pretty complicated. But in my gut here, I don't think a Browns upset is unreasonable. I think there is the right set of circumstances here that the Browns pull off the impossible.
Wow.
And it goes more to, well, what are the Chiefs right now? Right? People, I'm sure you guys bet Chiefs down this home stretch last year.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah.
They covered.
They covered what, 8 or 9 in a row out of the bye through the Super Bowl.
They were incredible, right? Anyone that backed the Chiefs last year was rewarded. That's probably, kind of locked into your anchoring of how good this team can be. And a lot of people are expecting that they're just going to flip the switch and it's going to be that team again this postseason. Well, over the last half of the regular season, we have not seen the same Chiefs that we saw last year.
But since week 8, when the Chiefs covered that -20 spread against the Jets, they covered once the rest of the season. Obviously, the last week of the season, they didn't have their starters going, so that is in the mix, but didn't cover more than one game after week 8. Go ahead.
Yeah, they haven't been covering. I'm not laying 10 with them, but I don't. The only thing I'll say, and it's not a hot take because the Chiefs are -500, I don't see the Browns winning the game. I don't necessarily see the path.
Final block of the show. I'm Jessie Coffield. They're DraftKings contributors Pierce Dietrich, Garion Thorne, and the fantasy girl Rosalie Michaels, and we are working up a sweat. So tell me what last-minute changes or news you're watching, considering as we get closer to lock at 3 p.m. Pierce, do you have a late take for us?
Yeah, let's just go all in on this first game. It's got the higher over/under. It's got a larger point spread. If you're looking at a game that's going to be a defensive battle, that would more than likely be the late game. If we're going to see a game that sees conservative play calling, that would likely be the late game. The Browns and the Chiefs, we're more likely to see a shootout. We're more likely to see aggressive play calling. We're also more likely to see a possible blowout where we get prevent defense and a lot of garbage points. So maybe consider just going all in on this first game.
All right, Garion, what is your late take?
I mean, I think when it comes to the Darrell Williams, Darwin Thompson thing, you just have to take a side. And I know it's a lot easier to kind of interchange the two on the 2-game slate. They're a very similar price where Darrell Williams is a crazy bargain in showdown, especially when compared to Darwin Thompson. But for me, it's going to be Darrell Williams. And I think you just have to go about this deciding that it's one or the other, not a combination of both. Somebody's going to be right here. I think it's Darrell Williams. That's where I'm leaning. But, I mean, it's something I've been mulling over in my mind now for the better part of probably the last 24 hours, if we're being perfectly honest.
Yeah, we are working up a sweat right now. We're overthinking things. Rosalie, where is your late take coming from?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same vein as, and maybe I missed something because I'm not worried about Darrell Williams. Le'Veon Bell's still playing, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
I just don't think he's going to be playing all those snaps.
I do. Let's remember. Okay. So I've been talking about Travis Kelce. I love Tyreek Hill in this game too. But when we look at that first playoff game last season for the Chiefs, who was the superstar? It was Damian Williams. Damian Williams was the superstar. It wasn't Darrell Williams. It wasn't Darwin Thompson. They brought Le'Veon Bell in for a reason. And I like him at 5K. I think this could be a very, very interesting piece for him. He can catch. He can be the goal line guy. He can be the workhorse back. I don't know why we've kind of gotten away from that and we've forgotten how good Le'Veon Bell really is. But we have. I see people on Antonio Brown this week for kind of the same reason. We remember what a superstar he can be when given the right parameters. And I think this could be a very sneaky little time for Le'Veon Bell to come in here. I mean, look at Damian Williams last season during the playoffs. He had 6 total touchdowns, 4 on the ground, 2 in the air. And again, like I said, 3 of those were in that first playoff game. So this could be a very, very interesting game for Le'Veon Bell.
All right, guys, let's make it rain. This is where you give us your DFS play that's absolutely going to make it rain cash for you today. Garion, who's it going to be?
I've mentioned his name all 3 segments now. Why change? Alvin Kamara is going to have a huge game. There is no one contesting him for touches in this offense. 25 touches for Kamara is a beautiful thing.
All right, Rosalie, make it rain.
Yeah, I know I just talked about Bell, but I'm going Tyreek Hill. here. We saw what Pittsburgh did against Cleveland last week with all of their wide receivers scoring big. This is a Tyreek game.
Pierce, make it rain for the people.
It's going to be Travis Kelce. Cleveland doesn't give up a lot of big plays, but they surrender fantasy points because they get eaten alive in the intermediate routes. That's where Travis Kelce lives. You should pick them apart all day long. Cleveland's allowed fourth most receptions to tight ends, fourth most touchdowns to tight ends, and eighth most yards to tight ends. He should be in every single lineup everywhere.
All right, guys, that is a show. Thank you so much to our analysts. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Make sure you follow along with DraftKings Leaderboard Live right here at 3 p.m. It all gets going with Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich once Cleveland and Kansas City is underway. So see you there.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Kennedy Ducey and Jeff Ulrich, your pals, back here for another day of Leaderboard live on the DK Dream Stream. Mr. Ulrich, the Chiefs opened up as pretty heavy favorites here to beat the Cleveland Browns. There was significant buyback from the public and the sharps out there. Everyone under the sun basically taking the Browns. The line now down as we get ready for kickoff to -8 for the Chiefs. Before we get into DFS plays quickly, as lineups have locked and the game's underway, are you a little bit surprised now that you could essentially, just get the Chiefs as a touchdown favorite if you just, bought a point here? I mean, it's kind of ridiculous how much this line has moved.
Yeah, look, I mean, I did talk about kind of a little bit liking the Browns money line earlier today. So take this with a grain of salt. I mean, that's a different bet, right? You're taking obviously money line, Browns at big odds, going more for just the bigger play at bigger value. But now, I mean, we're down to -7.5. So, from against the spread perspective, yeah, I like the Browns a lot at +10. I wrote that up as being one of my favorite ATS spreads this week in these 4 games. But man, like that is a big drop, right? You always got to take notice when things like that happen. With it dropping like that, but it's definitely something you could even have middled it. Obviously, if you were on the Browns at +10 earlier, it's definitely a big move. And I would say if you were on the Chiefs earlier at like -9 or -10, you're not liking it very much either.
Well, as I always say, with the line, one side does win, so it's not you could stay off it all you want, but one team is going to cover here today, so we'll end up seeing what happens. But it certainly has been a little weird, Jeff. All right, let's quickly before we get into the break here, let's preview the DFS angles. What do you think is the best way to get value on the showdown and maybe even on the Sunday slate with this game? Because there's going to be a lot of points.
Yeah, no, I mean, for this game, I mean, this is one you probably definitely wanted to stack a little bit more than the next one. Although I think the next one has a little bit more potential than people are maybe giving it credit for. But for me, it was always starting with Tyreek Hill and Mahomes. Hill going to come in a little bit lesser owned than Kelsey, as we'll see in the second quarter. We'll talk about those a bit. And I always wanted to come back with Nick Chubb. I just feel like the Browns, they figured it out a little bit. They got to get Chubb a little bit more involved. They started to use him more as a pass catcher, more in the red zone. So Nick Chubb, to me, looked really undervalued there at 66. You can easily fit him in with Mahomes and Tyreek Hill. And then for value, looking at those KC backup running backs, Darrell Williams, we've already seen get a carry. He probably would have been my choice as well. And Austin Hooper is the other Brown that I really like in this game. Like Hooper coming in with 9.5 targets over his last 4 games. Hill already with a big catch, by the way, as we're talking. But I like Austin Hooper for a lot of targets today, because I do think we're going to see a ton of points here.
All right, so you like Hoopaloop here. Captain-wise for the showdown, who you going with?
Yeah, I would have considered Hooper, actually. I actually, and the more I think about it, I think Hooper was a good choice. Obviously, we're past lock here. We're just talking in retrospect.
Right.
But, at a cheaper salary, he was a guy who was going to be able to let you fit in, because I feel like this is one of those games where you're going to have 5 studs in there. It's one of those things where you might even see like a lower scoring captain win just because of that. So for me, Hooper was a choice for the captain as well. If you wanted to go a little bit cheaper, you could have gone, as far as picking a stud, I probably would have just gone with Tyreek, because I feel like he's got the most natural upside. But as far as like other values, really, I feel like Higgins probably would have been in that realm too, just because he saves you so much money. But the name of the game was you got to get as many of those studs in as possible, both QBs, running backs, etc.
All right, Hollywood Higgins. Hey, the Kansas City Chiefs allowing the lowest amount of DKFP per game to opposing wide receivers, but you do like Hollywood Higgins. Hey, Donovan Peoples-Jones down there at 800 in the showdown. There's plenty of value to be found. We already saw it with Darrell Williams in this slate, so we'll see what ends up happening here in the first quarter. Of course, we'll be with you at the end of the first quarter as the Chiefs are threatening to score already. It could be a 7-0 game, a 10-0 game, a 7-7 game. We could get some points here in the first quarter, so it could be the opposite. Yeah, it could be the opposite of last night's Leaderboard Live with us, where we were getting a snooze fest basically all game long with the Rams Packers. All right, time to sign off here. Jeff Ulrich, Kennedy Ducey, our entire crew here on DK Dream Stream. Thanks for being with us on Leaderboard Live. We'll be back in just a bit. Until then, enjoy some football. Welcome back into DraftKings Leaderboard Live. I'm Ken Ducey. He's Jeff Ulrich on the DK Dream Stream. Thank you so much for being with us, following along this tremendous Browns-Chiefs game with us here on YouTube and Twitch and wherever you may be. Jeff, we had the first touchdown go to Patrick Mahomes. We had an extra point missed, a few miles left to the left. And then ultimately, this game has been defined by value. You've had Darrell Williams getting a ton of action, and Mecole Hardman at $1,800 in the flex in the showdown, already at 3 catches for 50 yards.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Mecole Hardman thing paying off right away. I mean, the Chiefs, look, they got Denzel Ward back, right? But KC kind of taking advantage of the fact that they have multiple speedy guys. So all things considered, this is not really the greatest start from Cleveland there, allowing them to waltz down the field so quickly twice now because the Chiefs are right on the doorstep again. So Cleveland has moved the ball, but man, this is going to be a long day for them if they can't just get like a stop or two. So the value, Darrell Williams, don't discount how much Andy Reid likes this guy. He might be the play right now. I really feel like he's going to get a lot of run. I don't even know if we've seen Le'Veon Bell yet. If we have, we haven't seen much of him. So
yeah, we have.
Keep an eye on that.
Right into the line like he normally does.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, Darrell Williams and Mecole Hardman. Yeah, like you said, man. I mean, if you took a shot on those value guys, you love the start of this game.
Speaking of the guys that aren't necessarily in a value spot, Mahomes starts off with obviously the rushing touchdown and 103 passing yards. So I want to ask you, going back to yesterday, we were talking about the great game that Aaron Rodgers had, and we were kind of skeptical as to whether or not that would end up winning the millionaire for the divisional round. And you had, obviously a terrible game by both quarterbacks last night. The Bills just 220 yards of offense. Like the only person worth rostering in that game was Stephon Diggs. It was mainly, defined by bad quarterback play. So when you look at the way that Patrick Mahomes has started, and now his second touchdown here to Travis Kelce, so he's got a passing touchdown, a rushing touchdown. Do you think that Mahomes will overtake Aaron Rodgers and end up the top quarterback on a divisional round slate, or is there still time for either Baker Mayfield or one of the late quarterbacks to jump him?
Oh, I mean, there's definitely time for another quarterback to have a big game. I mean, Baker could even end up with 400 yards or something here because they're going to have to abandon the run here pretty quickly. So that could still happen. But at the same time, yeah, Mahomes is definitely on track to overtake Rodgers right now, which, again, if he only overtakes him by a couple points, maybe won't actually make him the best play, but he's on pace for over 30 right now, which is going to be tough to beat. Also, Travis Kelce getting in the end zone is significant. It's, obviously Travis Kelce, pretty highly owned in the 4-gamer and the 2-gamer and stuff like that. So 45% owned in the 4-game Millie Maker. That's significant. It's really going to change lineups when so many of those Travis Kelce lineups going to be shooting up now, already 10.7 points. So yeah. I think Mahomes is going to overtake Rodgers at this pace. It'll just be a question of whether does Brady maybe throw for 4 or 5 touchdowns, or does Baker just end up with so many yards that maybe he ends up factoring in. So the Mahomes lineups definitely love the way this one started, especially if you went Kelce.
Already 123 yards for Patrick Mahomes through the air, and just to get you caught up here, Kelce 70% owned, 16% captain, now in the captain spot of the leading lineup. You saw all those lineups shoot up the board, as Jeff mentioned, and this is Leaderboard Live, so as things happen, right, we bring them to you here. And then looking here at Mecole Hardman, 42.9% owned at $1,800. A lot of people expecting a big game out of Mecole Hardman with no Sammy Watkins. We were kind of unsure where those targets would go. Of course, there are other options here. Demarcus Robinson is a guy that could certainly benefit as well, but still time. Jarvis Landry here could still get involved. You could still have value play like Donovan Peoples-Jones, or even Le'Veon Bell could stand to have a better game. So still a lot of time, but that's where we stand right now. The Chiefs stack is obviously quite overwhelmingly popular. Kelce 16% owned in the captain spot is where you probably wanted to go so far, but we'll check back in at the end of the second quarter to see how things are standing right there. As it stands right now, the Chiefs with a 10-point lead, and that line that we saw this morning, the 10-point spread so far looking pretty sharp. We'll see if the Browns end up making it a ball game here on their second drive of the game. Until halftime, he's Jeff, I'm Kenny. We'll be back. Hey, welcome back in. He's Jeff Ulrich. I'm Kenny Ducey. This is DraftKings Leaderboard Live on the DK Dream stream. Jeff, what a half we had in front of us. It is a whopping Kansas City lead at the moment. They're on pace to win this game by 32 points with the 19-3 halftime lead. My question to you is, did anything surprise you in that first half? I mean, if Hollywood Higgins doesn't get hit in the head and then he doesn't fumble into the end zone, we might be looking at this differently. But are you surprised that the Chiefs are up 16 points or not?
Up 16 points? Oh yeah, they're up 16 points. I just wanted to make sure. Look, it shouldn't really surprise us that they're up. It doesn't. Let me put it this way: it doesn't surprise me that the Chiefs scored 19 points. It surprised me a little that the Browns only have 3. They did move the ball pretty well, though, Kenny. That's the thing, right? Like, obviously, I think it's warranted that we talk about this because there was a pretty obvious personal foul on the play. Like, the Browns probably should have got a touchdown there. Obviously, if Higgins just holds onto the ball, this is like moot, and we don't have to worry about rule, and no one's debating a rule that, whatever. But
it's been in existence for the entire duration of the game. But
I know your take. Kenny likes the rule. It's fine. He's like the only person.
I just think it's a fair rule. It's a fair rule.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Not fair that referees missed the targeting call on
that is
on
not
Higgins.
fair.
So it should be 19-10 right there. It really should be 16-10. Yeah.
And if it was 19-10, I don't think we'd even be talking about here. Well, this is a shocking game, right? Like, it's pretty much how we expected. We got points. It's still within the relative closeness, but now Cleveland's behind. They're in a hole, right? Like, they're down 2 scores, almost 3 scores, really, 16 points. I mean, it's basically 3 scores. So they got to get going here. Like, they need to get the ball right away and just take it down there and close this gap, because they're not going to have many more chances here. You can only hope to stop Patrick Mahomes maybe twice in the next half, which means they gotta go right from the get-go. So it's kind of disappointing from that perspective, but at the same time, the Chiefs did pretty much what we thought they were going to do: tear apart a weak secondary, move the ball, Patrick Mahomes doing Patrick Mahomes things. That's not shocking. Just shocking is that the Browns unfortunately couldn't execute to keep this one closer.
I appreciate you bearing with me when I throw those little barbs in about the rules.
I know you got to do it, man.
It's part of my job, I guess. Not really, but anyway. So speaking of guys that need to get going, Jeff, we touched on him briefly when we reconvened for halftime before we went on the air. But look, Kareem Hunt has been pretty silent here. He has no catches, no targets. Nick Chubb just 12 yards on 5 carries and a reception for 0 yards. So everyone sort of expected a lot out of this Cleveland rushing attack, but really they've done basically nothing. The only way that the Browns have had success moving the football down the field has been through the air. A long 27-yard screen pass to David Njoku, Higgins with the 25-yard catch, and then the fumble. Donovan Peoples-Jones, 1 catch for 23 yards. I mean, really 3 big plays, and the rest has been pretty ugly for the Browns offense. So what has to change here?
Yeah, I mean, they got to figure out a way to get Nick Chubb going, man. I mean, he's been the one that brings balance to their offense. It puts less pressure on Baker Mayfield. It brings less rush, gives Baker cleaner pockets, and they just haven't been able to do it. And I mean, part of it is just letting a touchdown to Patrick Mahomes on the first drive, right? So, but they got to figure out a way. And realistically, that's probably the most shocking thing of the first half. Again, not shocking that the Chiefs moved the ball, even that the Browns moved the ball, but the Chiefs rush defense, which really isn't that good. Like, they're like a bottom 12, bottom 10 unit. I mean, in terms of rush DVOA and metrics like that, they've been able to just put a bottle on both these guys. I mean, Nick Chubb, such a dynamic rusher. I would probably label him as the best pure rusher in the NFL right now. He's that good, but just absolutely nowhere to be seen in this first half. Chiefs just playing good. I mean, off a week of rest, I thought they might come out rusty. Maybe they just learned from last year. Again, we're just kind of seeing a veteran team just do what veteran teams do with a lot of talent, which is take care of business, be professional, come out ready. And the Patriots did it for years and years. And it almost just looks like, to me, Genny, like you're just seeing the next version of it with the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. This team is just going to be so hard to beat in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, and again, we were sort of fearful that perhaps, or I was anyway, that perhaps there was another gear to the Kansas City Chiefs. They've let teams back into games all season long, seem disinterested in second halves. Their fourth quarter defense has been real bad. Even their special teams has been kind of pretty weak. And today it's been a pretty well-oiled machine, despite the fact that Mahomes is, well, it's really hard to tell if Mahomes is hurt because that's just sort of the way he walks all the time. So you can't really tell. All right, let's look at the 2 contests that we're monitoring here. Let's start with the showdown special since we're talking about this game specifically. Then we'll move to the divisional millionaire. You've got Patrick Mahomes in the captain spot in the leading lineup, 31 points or just above 31 points in the captain spot. Travis Kelce, who has the touchdown and 72 yards on 5 catches. Tyreek Hill, who's been sneaky, super involved in this one, 78 receiving yards, 5 catches. It was McCole Hardman who really got us excited early with 4. He has 4 catches, 58 yards, but Hill has actually led the team in receptions. And then you've got the Chiefs defense in there. David Njoku, who had the long catch. He's got 2 catches there for 53 yards on 3 targets. So he's had a pretty good showing at 3.6% ownership, already 7 DKFP at $1,000. Do you like this lineup to persevere here? I mean, obviously there's probably going to be some points to be lost for the Chiefs defense, but pretty good start here with maybe Njoku and Mecole Hardman getting more involved in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a Chiefs dominant stack at the top of the showdown right now. Not shocking since it's 19-3 Chiefs in the first half. This lineup basically just needs, it needs another half like this. This lineup would benefit from a slower pace second half where the Chiefs just play keep away with, maybe a short pass game with like Kelce and Tyreek Hill, which could happen, right? Njoku being the value. At the same time, I think the more likely scenario is you'll probably see Baker and company like really throw the ball about 30 times in the second half. So that's not going to help this one because it's a predominantly Chiefs offensive player. This one almost needs, the Browns to get a quick score and then just, Patrick Mahomes to go nuts. So definitely if we got a repeat of the first half and the second half, then this lineup's in a great spot. But it needs the Chiefs to keep the ball. So you'll probably see a couple other Brown skilled players, maybe Higgins get up there. He's at 48 yards. Maybe Landry gets up there with catches. I'll say this. I mean, Njoku's at 53 yards. If somehow he can get to the bonus, at 3.6% owned, 0.1% in the captain, that could be interesting. Mecole Hardman's kind of in a similar spot at 1,800, like 58 receiving yards. If this game does like turn into a real shootout and the Browns keep it semi-close or just make a comeback like Pittsburgh, like Hardman could really factor in, maybe even as a captain's play. So keep an eye on that.
Speaking of pace, the Browns come in as the 6th slowest paced offense in football, according to Football Outsiders. Talking about the way that this game could go, you're talking about perhaps this lineup needing a slower pace. The Chiefs this season have been 22nd in the NFL in pace in the second half with almost 28 or over 28 seconds per play. So they actually have run it pretty slow. Although when you look at their pace when they're up by 7 or more, they're the 10th quickest. So kind of doesn't make any sense at all, right? But they pretty steady across the board at 28 seconds per play. So it certainly could lend itself to a slower second half. That is for certain. And people with Nick Chubb in their lineups with Darrell Williams or Le'Veon Bell or even Tyreek Hill, who again, it doesn't really jump off the page at you, but he is a short yardage guy. He usually gets these really quick dink and dunk passes. Those are certainly guys that could benefit in the second half. Let's talk about the $3.5 million divisional millionaire with $1 million going out to first place. We were together for the first game. Now we're together for the third game of this divisional millionaire. A lot has changed, including the quarterback position. Patrick Mahomes is not the highest ranked quarterback on this slate still. He's going to be, presumably, unless he has to leave the game with that foot injury. Aaron Rodgers had over 25 points in his game yesterday, but Mahomes already at 20.72 in the leading lineup in the quarterback position, 27.6% owned in this contest. He is already at 233 yards. Is there anything stopping this Mahomes, Kelce, Hardman stack from really getting it done here? You talk about this leading lineup. It has a lot of good here. I mean, you got Diggs and Lazard, but then you've also got, Josh Reynolds and, maybe even Mecole Hardman, if he doesn't have a good second half, we're kind of stinkers. So I'm not necessarily saying, do you think this lineup's going to win, but could you see a Mahomes Kelce stack here in the leading lineup come tonight?
It is in the leading lineup right now, right? So definitely could see it coming up to the last game. 45% owned for Kelce, 27% owned for Mahomes. It's actually not bad ownership for a 4-game slate for this stack, to be honest, because they've been so good. I think this lineup really does need like Mecole Hardman to kind of get up to 20 points though, because they may lose some points at the running back position in that last game if Alvin Kamara has a big game. So this one's in a great spot, quite frankly, especially if they can get like another couple touchdowns from Mahomes, preferably obviously to their targets. but they might need, they're probably going to need that because, like I said, they're probably mainly going to need Hardman because Card Kamara is coming up. I could see him outscoring Jones or Akers in this lineup. So it's going to be an interesting sweat for this one. He nailed the value plays, though, like Lazard at 6.8% and even Diggs at just 30%, which, again, we're talking about a 4-game slate. It's pretty good. Yeah. Interesting. It's a really good setup going to that last game. If you get a defensive struggle in that last game, this one's going to be in a fantastic spot. So
yeah. Hey, Bills defense spot, too. 15.5% owned.
Yeah. The Bills defense, massive play right now. Good point. Like under 25% owned, 19 points. So we're not going to get, I don't think we're going to get a big defensive score from this game, especially. So.
Well, we'll see if that happens here in the second half. We'll be with you throughout. It is 19-3. The Cleveland Browns, getting the football back here from the Kansas City Chiefs, and we'll see if they have anything left in them, if they have a comeback in their bones. They trail 19-3 to the Kansas City Chiefs. We're on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. He's Jeff Ulrich. I'm Kennedy Ducey with you throughout this Browns-Chiefs game until we hand it off to Adam Kaufman and Matt LaMarca for the nightcap. But until the end of the third quarter, enjoy some more football. We'll see you then. Well, you never like to see this. Perhaps the most exciting player in football heading to the locker room after a nasty hit on a 3rd and short, Mr. Jeff Ulrich. Patrick Mahomes out of the game now for the Kansas City Chiefs, being attended to in the locker room. In the meantime, Chad Henne, Dolphins legend, Michigan legend, is in at quarterback. How does this change the outlook for this game with the Chiefs now? They miss the field goal. They miss an extra point. It could be 23-10 right now. Instead, just a 9-point game. Are you a little bit worried if you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan?
Oh yeah, you're worried, man. I mean, you're still in a great spot in this game, but Chad Henne can certainly get it done. But this could have long-term implications too, right? I mean, we don't know the extent of this injury. This could carry over to next week with the Buffalo Bills. So this is all kinds of worry. This is when you do hit the panic button. And as far as Cleveland fans go, man, this is a massive opportunity. I mean, they get one touchdown here. This is going to come down to a late game scenario where they get the Browns offense and versus a Patrick Mahomes-less Chiefs offense. Like I'll probably take the Chiefs in that scenario. So man, the Browns got to be feeling pretty good here as the Chiefs just kicked the field goal. We're talking, so that's really going to help them. But still, this game is well within reach. I think more worrisome for the Chiefs though is looking ahead to next week. How big an injury is this? Mahomes is going to do everything he can to play, obviously, but we don't even know what the issue is yet.
Well, yeah, indeed, it did not look good. Mahomes was wobbling to his feet there. And another bit of injury news we can touch on real quick. Darrell Williams as well, looking like he's dealing with a hamstring injury. So it may be Le'Veon Bell for the considerable future, maybe the rest of the way.
Darwin Thompson.
Or Darwin Thompson. We haven't seen Darwin Thompson at all. Bell has been the guy that's taken over for Williams whenever Williams has been taken out. So do you think perhaps Bell has some upside here, or have we seen the rest of his good days behind him?
Yeah, I mean, this is a double whammy for the Chiefs. Like Darrell Williams actually carried them on that last drive. He's looked like the best back. Lev Bell, to me, he's lost a little bit of burst. So I think if Darwin Thompson is going to get the carries, I actually feel like he's probably going to be the guy that Andy Reid might try to turn to just to salt this game away. He looked fantastic in week 17 for the Chiefs. And again, even just looking ahead to the next week, I think Darwin Thompson, that's a guy I would really start looking towards if the Chiefs get past this game. And I do think you'll see him make an appearance here in the fourth quarter. I'm sure Bell will be involved too, but don't be shocked to see both Kansas City backs.
Well, as things stand right now, Patrick Mahomes in the locker room, 21.6 DKFP, short of the passing bonus by 45 yards and not the top quarterback on the slate. So if Mahomes' day were to be finished, Aaron Rodgers would actually finish off as the top quarterback, although Mahomes still in the quarterback position in the leading lineup. So we'll see what ends up happening here as maybe that Mahomes-Kelsey sack is all of a sudden in a little bit of trouble, 20 points at halftime, and might not even be the best stack on the board. All right, we will be back at the end of the third quarter. We'll see if Mahomes makes a reappearance or the Chiefs defense gets a stop, or maybe the Browns make this a good game, make it a 5-point game here with a touchdown drive. We'll be back either way at the end of the third quarter. He's Jeff Ulrich. I'm Kenny Ducey. We'll see you then. Well, things have certainly changed, Mr. Jeff Ulrich, aside from that gong noise or whatever that was. We have a new quarterback in for the Kansas City Chiefs, as we mentioned on the last hit here on Leaderboard Live. I'm Kennedy Ucci's Jeff Ulrich, and Mahomes still in the captain spot of the showdown here, with $1,000 going out to $100,000 going out to first place. But yeah, I mean, perhaps could be challenged here as we get better ground attack here from Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb. They're having more success. The Browns pushing the football down the field. We could see a one-possession game with Chad Henne running the offense to start the fourth quarter, Jeff. That is pretty stunning.
It is. It's really crazy because this game just looks so salted away there after Baker Mayfield threw an interception to start the second half. I mean, how the turntables have turned, right? I mean, this is pretty crazy. Nick Chubb now up to 70 yards rushing. He's 42% owned in the showdown contest. I mean, it just feels inevitable with Nick Chubb. Like I said, I mean, it's a real must for Cleveland to get him going. It just makes their offense so much more effective in every category, and you've seen it since they got the ball back. So, and then with Mahomes out, obviously this is just a completely different scenario. I mean, if they were able to get within a score, you'd almost put Cleveland's chances at like a coin flip. You almost have to say, just because of the difference there. So, going to be a real interesting end to this game. At the very least, it's made things more interesting. Unfortunately, we lost the most dynamic player in the game. So hopefully, whatever the result of this one, Mahomes is okay.
I think people at home want to know, what can we realistically expect out of the Chiefs offense with Chad Henne running it all? I mean, he did manage to manage the offense quite fine when they were on the field. They fell a yard short of a first down and had to bring out Harrison Butker for a field goal. But for the most part, no mistakes, right? Is that really what we're going to see here? And does that limit the upside of Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill?
I mean, for sure. Look, let's not pretend like, the upside's limited a little bit, but at the same time, and he's got Andy Reid as his head coach. Andy Reid just about took an Alex Smith coach team to the Super Bowl a couple times. Those were pretty good offenses too. Andy Reid knows what he's doing. He's got really good pieces in Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill that he can move around a lot too. So I think you'll see him do a couple things like that. Don't be shocked if Tyreek Hill gets a couple snaps as RB or something like that. End arounds, short screens. Andy Reid is probably going to make it as easy on Chad Henne as possible. So I think you'll see them do that. I think where it limits the Chiefs is, it's good. They may have more trouble salting the game away if they get into a second and long situation. It's not an automatic convert. Like Mahomes doesn't just drop back and throw a 20-yard downfield strike off his back foot, right? Henne's not going to do that. So that's going to be the biggest difference for them just at the end point of this game. But Henne can still move the ball. It's just, it's just going to be a little bit slower, a little bit more unique. They're going to have to execute.
And finally, the Kansas City Chiefs defense, as they give up a 4th and 1 conversion here, are they good enough to withstand the situation in front of them now? They have to hold a 12-point lead and realistically expect not to score again, right? So they have to keep the Browns out of the end zone here, which seems like an impossible task at the moment. And then they're going to have to withstand Patrick Mahomes now missing the rest of the game, according to the Kansas City Chiefs just now.
Yeah, this game is probably going to follow the Chiefs D, like you said, because we're about to become here a one-score game. It looks like we have seen the Chiefs, be in this scenario a lot during the regular season. I mean, look, they're 14-2, right? I mean, the Chiefs D has been in a lot of these late game scenarios, so it's not something that they're not familiar with. They're very good at limiting wide receivers too, which I think helps them in these situations. They don't necessarily give up those long passes easily, especially on the sidelines. So, just trying to limit Baker Mayfield, to the middle of the field. I think where they're going to get into trouble is if the Browns still have enough time to run the ball, because as we've seen, Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt are starting to take over this game. So if Cleveland gets in quickly here and then gets the ball back with like 5, even 7 minutes, that's trouble. That is real trouble for Kansas City. So Henne's going to have to get a couple first downs here and really put a little bit more pressure on Baker Mayfield.
All right, well, we'll see what the Chiefs defense is able to accomplish here, and a couple big plays coming up, and we'll step aside, or I beg your pardon, Kareem Hunt just scored a touchdown, so there goes all the suspense. So Yeah, it's a 6-point game,
Buckle
probably
up,
about to
Kenny.
become a 5-point game here. Yeah, let's get ready for a good finish here in Kansas City. We'll see if Chad Henne has anything up his sleeve in just a second as Kareem Hunt takes a nap on the football. That's probably a good move when your team's losing. We'll step aside. We'll come back at the end of the fourth quarter. Kenny Busey, Jeff Ulrich here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Well, what an ending we just had. Remember close football games, how exciting they can be, Jeff Ulrich? I don't remember. We've had some pretty garbage football this weekend, and nice to start off Sunday with a tremendous one, a cracker, as they would say in England. Welcome him to Leaderboard Live. I'm Kenny Ducey. He is Jeff Ulrich, and the Kansas City Chiefs are moving on to the AFC Championship game. With or without Patrick Mahomes, it doesn't matter. 5-point win here over Cleveland. What theater we had there at the end. What guts to go for that rollout wide receiver screen, if you will, to Tyreek Hill to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, just again, caught everybody off guard. You always think, oh, what a great play that would be, but nobody actually ever does it. So to see Andy Reid do it at the end of the game with his backup QB, pretty insane. It's going to set up a really interesting week for KC. Potentially Chad Henne-led team going up against the Bills for a chance at the Super Bowl. So that's going to be theater, but in itself. But yeah, I mean, good effort by the Browns. I don't know what you say about their last drive there. Not much, but the Chiefs, obviously, mainly Chad Henne on those last two plays, man. Crazy way to end it. You love to see it.
Yeah, so many subplots here that we could get into. We could talk about this game for 50 minutes, from Stefanski throwing away the 2 timeouts to Chad Henne now winning this game, and Tyreek Hill shoving the coach, coming back, getting the two big catches there from Chad Henne on 2 consecutive.
Chad Henne's speed, Kenny? Did you know Chad Henne could still run like that? Because I was like, is that Chad Henne? Did they have a different quarterback? Guy's got wheels, man. Like,
I absolutely did not, but that just goes to show you, right? It's really an any given Sunday league. You look at so many backup quarterbacks from Nick Foles years ago in that playoff run. I mean, look, you got a good veteran quarterback back there. Anything could happen, and a heads-up play to see what the defense gave him, just went for it. It would have been better if he got the first down on that play, but perhaps the game was made even better with him rolling out and throwing for the first down, as our producer Madison says. Anything can happen. Anything is possible. All the taglines. All right, let's talk about these contests, Jeff, before we wrap up and talk about the game and the game ahead. $400,000 showdown, $100,000 going out to first place. We got a big tie for first place. It is a 134-way tie for first place if things stand, with the Travis Kelce in the leading lineup, 15.9K. You got Mahomes and Hill in there as well. Hill coming on late. Jarvis Landry had the receiving touchdown, finishes with 15 points. Mecole Hardman with 10 points. And Darrell Williams, 13.4 DKFP. That looks a lot like my lineup, actually. Better go check out how it did. Darrell Williams, Mecole Hardman, the value was the story here today, right? For 2,400 between the two of them, they got 23 DKFP.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really good value. Obviously, Darrell Williams, 600. I like that play. Only 24% owned. You knew Darrell Williams was going to get some touches just because Andy Reid always throws him in. Even when all the backs are healthy, Darrell Williams will sometimes get 4 or 5 touches. So you just knew he was going to get a little bit of work today. And especially for showdown, he made a ton of sense at 600. Hardman, just a good big play option. He's a good target for showdowns, just because he just really needs 1 or 2 touches here to really go off at that price. And then, again, we talked about this at halftime or whatever, but I mean, the Chiefs domination stack, 5-1, 5 Chiefs players. It did end up playing out that way. Nobody really ended up having a massive fantasy game for the Cleveland Browns at all. Jarvis Landry, actually, I'm surprised to see up there. He only had 20 yards, 7 catches, though, and a touchdown as well. So kind of a weird game for Jarvis Landry, although that is kind of his MO. He just catches a lot of short passes. So, it was the Chiefs did all the heavy lifting, and the Browns scratched and clawed, but they didn't do much for fantasy.
And taking a look at the $3.5 million divisional millionaire. Well, yesterday it was all about Aaron Rodgers. Today, despite going out in the third quarter, still about Patrick Mahomes. He is in the leading lineup right now with 21.6 DKFP at 27.6% ownership. He had 255 yards and the passing touchdown. Also ran for the opening touchdown in this game. You've got from this game, Travis Kelce in there as well at 27.9 fantasy points, and Mecole Hardman, Tyreek Hill make it in here as well. So with the game coming up, we could see some points on the board for both the Bucs and the Saints. Are you thinking that this is going to hold up? Maybe this Michael Thomas, Drew Brees stack have something to say? Maybe a Brady, Antonio Brown stack? What do you think about the way that this contest is broken down?
Yeah, no, we've been talking about this last game a lot, you and me, all day. And I think we're both on the page. There's going to be a lot of passing. And I think they're going to see a lot of points. I'd also say, you have some Aaron Rodgers lineups. Aaron Rodgers has more points than Patrick Mahomes. and he's cheaper. So you're going to have some Aaron Rodgers lineups with Alvin Kamara, like they save money to pay up for Alvin Kamara, and maybe even Michael Thomas. So I think you're going to see those lineups overtake this one. That's just my hunch. It's a nice lineup though that's leading right now. I mean, Jones, Akers led yesterday. You got Mahomes, Hill, and Kelsey. They still had a good day. I mean, geez, like well over like 70 points here between the three of them. It's just they're also the most expensive at their position. So points per dollar wise, they really need like a low scoring game here. I mean, it could happen. Still got two decent defenses, but I think you're going to see some big totals come from this New Orleans Tampa game. Perhaps maybe even 2 or 3.
All right, so Jeff, that might have taken a Mahomes injury and Chad Henne, but the Browns do cover in this game. They opened up as 10-point dogs, and then they go to 7.5, 8 before kickoff around there on the DK Sportsbook. They end up covering this game. The total actually gets pretty close here, but ultimately 39 points falls about 13 short of the or actually more than that, right? It was 18 points because it was a 57-point.
Yeah, total wasn't anywhere close.
Yeah, so
smashed.
Yes. So with that, I mean, is this another look at, and Mahomes notwithstanding, is this another example of the Chiefs just blowing a lead and letting a team cover late in a game that we've seen so many times this year? Or do you think it would have been a different story if Patrick Mahomes were on the field?
Probably a different story. I mean, you don't want to. The Browns did do well, like to come back from obviously the Baker INT. They had a couple good drives. It's not like Mahomes can go out there and play defense, right? But at the same time, you kind of feel like that end zone interception by Henne probably wouldn't have been thrown with Mahomes. They at least get points there. I don't think it would have been as exciting, but you're right. I mean, the Chiefs defense still, like we alluded to at the top, I mean, this is still a defense that isn't that great against the run. You can move the ball on them a bit late in the games, but they're good at closing. They're still not bad at closing out games. This team is 14-2. They, like I said, they've been in those situations a lot. So it'll be interesting next week though. It is going to be a duel. Two of the best QBs in the league. Well, one of them for sure, and Josh Allen will be there. Mahomes, we don't know if he's going to be healthy yet.
Well, we hope that he will for sure. All right, coming up in this next game, any tips for people filling out lineups? Maybe going to fill out a showdown lineup here on DraftKings. You look at a lot of enticing options, right? Mike Evans, he's always a red zone target for Tom Brady. You could go with him at captain. Antonio Brown was someone we talked about on the sweat this morning. You could also go the other way and take maybe even a Traquan Smith or a Michael Thomas. I mean, this should be a shootout here. There should be a lot of passing in this game. So with that, where are you going in your lineups?
So I like Chris Godwin here. I know Reed Fowler, our amigo on the sweat, he kind of leaned towards Antonio Brown. And I'll say the same thing that I told him. I mean, it is a bit of like dealer's choice here. I mean, Gronk, you could even throw in the mix. Everyone's expecting Mike Evans to get shut down by Lattimore. I don't even know if that's going to be the case, quite frankly. I think you'll probably see more than one Tampa Bay receiver potentially score, at least have a decent fantasy game. I would choose Godwin. Plays most of his time out of the slot. I do think he can attack the Saints there. Godwin went nuts against them in a couple games last year too. So my choice would be Godwin, but realistically, like, don't be shocked if Gronk shows up here with a couple touchdowns. It's a good matchup. Teams do tend to use the tight end more against the Saints in the red zone because they do have pretty good outside corners. So I just think that you're going to see points. So on the other side, I think Michael Thomas is a must play here. I do think that Tampa Bay is going to score points, which means pressure being put on Breeze to throw more as well, which just means more Michael Thomas against the weak secondary. So I think you'll see that. I think Michael Thomas and you'll need probably multiple Tampa Bay wide receivers. My captain's choices would be you're either rolling the dice with the cheaper buck or you just throw Michael Thomas in there.
All right. So, Jeff, any party thoughts for the people at home before we get out of here on Leaderboard Live? Hand off to Adam Kaufman and Matt LaMarca, because we did just see a thrilling playoff game. It might end up being the best game of the weekend.
Yeah. I mean, look, my Browns money line crazy thing actually had a nice shot of paying off, but we hit the spread, the plus 10, plus 8 with Cleveland. I'm going to say I like the over on Tampa, New Orleans in this next game. That's going to be my favorite bet.
All right, I am the first touchdown score whisperer, so I did hit Mahomes on this one. I'm looking right at Rob Gronkowski, who's about to 12-1 to do it with a little bit of the Salt Bay sprinkle on Scotty Miller plus 2,500.
So you got to sprinkle Scotty too hotty.
Those are my and also, hey, you mentioned Rob Gronkowski. I think anytime touchdown score on him is like plus 165. I think that's a tremendous bet as well.
No, it is a good matchup for Gronk in the red zone here. They like I said, it's the tendency against the Saints. So I don't mind playing it.
Gronk tied for the team lead with red zone targets with Mike Evans, and he is. I think that he's going to have a good game here. He is, and he would be my choice at captain if I were filling out a lineup for this one. So I agree with you. All right, great stuff, Jeff. Great to be with you. Fantastic job by our entire crew here on the DK Dream Stream. Daniel, our producer Madison, Jordan, all working hard behind the scenes. So we really appreciate you being here on YouTube, on Twitch, on DraftKings for the DK Dream Stream presentation, DraftKings Leaderboard Live. A lot goes into it. So we appreciate you tuning in week and week-out. And we'll hand off to Adam Coffin and Matt LaMarca in just a little bit, who will be with you for the Bucs Saints game. Should be very fun. So stick around for that. And until next time, so long.
Welcome back, everyone, to DraftKings Leaderboard Live with Matt LaMarca. I am Adam Kaufman, reunited, and it feels so good. We were here this time last night, although I guess a little bit later, but now we have got the early-ish late game here to close out divisional round weekend here in the NFL. Fourth and final game. The first three, this is the one I think a lot of people have been looking forward to in terms of it actually being a great clash. Couple of future Hall of Famers, Tom Brady and Drew Brees. What do you think? Who wins? Has it happened?
Yeah, this is a game I have really gone back and forth on. I do think New Orleans is the better team, but they haven't been playing as well since Drew Brees came back from injury. I don't know if Drew Brees is as good at this point. Like, even though Tom Brady's older than Brees, it seems like he has aged a bit more gracefully. So, I give Tampa Bay the edge at the quarterback department, but I probably give the Saints the edge everywhere else. New Orleans, obviously, they won their first two meetings against Tampa Bay this season. They dominated them when these two teams played in the Superdome, where this contest is being played. Trey Hendrickson back in the lineup for the Saints makes a big deal. He led the team with 13.5 sacks this season. So I will give New Orleans the slightest of edges. I think they win by 3 points in a game that's probably a little bit lower scoring than expected.
So as the saying goes, when it comes to DFS, especially in a situation like a showdown where we have this in front of us, tell yourself a story, set the narrative in your head. How do you think this game is going to play out, right? And for me, I just don't see Tom Brady losing to the same team 3 times in one season. I think, especially after watching him for 20 years in New England, he is the kind of guy that relishes the idea of possibly being able to go out and end Drew Brees' career, if in fact the speculation is correct that he is going to retire at the end of this postseason. And so that just in and of itself has me a little slanted toward a Bucs build for this game. But I don't know. Am I wrong?
I mean, you can tell yourself whatever story you want. That's what's great about the showdown format. I think that's a fine story to tell. Some of the things I'm considering is, one, how do you approach the Bucs wide receivers? Mike Evans historically struggles against Marshawn Lattimore. Lattimore held him to 5 catches for 66 yards over 2 matchups this season. So does that mean you give a bump to Chris Godwin and Antonio Brown? Maybe. What do you do with Leonard Fournette now that Ronald Jones is officially active? Mm-hmm. They've already said that Fournette will start, but we don't know how much Jones is going to play. So how do you approach that situation? I don't know, but tell yourself a story, right, Kaufman? Mm-hmm. And then the Alvin Kamara thing just looks like a smash to me with no Latavius Murray. It's pretty easy to tell yourself a story that he's getting a lot of work out of that Saints backfield tonight. So he's where I'm leaning with my captain's pick. But again, I think as long as your lineups are consistent and they do have some positive correlation, I could see this game going in 15 different directions.
Lineups have locked, obviously, so our advice only goes so far at this point. But when it comes to value, who are you looking at?
Well, certainly Leonard Fournette was somebody that was popping, earlier in the week. I still think you can play him at 6,800. We've already seen once this season Ronald Jones active in sort of an emergency role. I think that even if he does get on the field tonight, he certainly is going to be the secondary back. So getting Fournette at 6,800, I think is pretty appealing. I like Emmanuel Sanders at 5,800. I mean, really any of these secondary Saints pass catchers are all fine to play. And if you want to go real cheap, Ty Montgomery at $200. I think he's going to operate as the backup running back behind Kamara. We've seen him, get plenty of work as a runner already this season in a game where Kamara and Murray were both out. So I think Montgomery at $200, we're talking, he doesn't have to do anything really to return value at that salary. He's definitely going to be a popular value option, I think.
Looking at the ownership numbers as the game is kicked off, Alvin Kamara, as you said, very popular in the showdown specifically, 3/4 of lineups, never mind his captain percentage. Tom Brady and Drew Brees, both north of 55% owned. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see a winning lineup that has both QBs, maybe even with Kamara in the captain spot, and then just littered with value around that. Michael Thomas, Chris Godwin, both 44+, Antonio Brown, Mike Evans in the 30s. Then you get down a little bit into the 20s and below. Obviously, Leonard Fournette, who you talked about, is in a quarter of lineups. The tight end position, it's a little bit of a flip a coin on the Bucs side. Rob Gronkowski and Cam Brate are both right around 20%. You could look at the kickers sitting right around 15% as well. Deontay Harris, of course, a guy who has not received a lot of run this year, quite literally, but he is around 12% with a possible opportunity, and super cheap. Ty Montgomery, who you talked about, 6%. So it is going to be interesting. Dwayne Washington, kind of similar in that regard. I think there were some people probably that were, again, if you're looking for value, flip a coin between Montgomery and Washington on that side.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Montgomery wasn't a bit higher. I mean, if he gets 3 catches tonight, he could find himself in the winning lineup if all the high price studs end up also going off. So he's somebody that I definitely am a little higher on, it looks like, than the field. I think Fournette's a bit low here. It seems like people were scared by the Ronald Jones news. I think Fournette is still going to be the primary ball carrier there. So those are my 2 guys that stand out to me as being, like under-owned.
Last thing for you before we break, and then return a little bit later on during the first quarter break, of course, and that is DK Sportsbook had the Saints by 2.5 points, effectively a pick 'em at home, obviously, over under at 52.5. Those lines are going to evolve over the course of the game when it comes to live betting. But as far as what they were at kickoff, how do you feel about those totals?
Yeah, I think my favorite bet is the under. Divisional game late in the season. These teams have seen each other quite a bit. They know what each other wants to do offensively. Plus, the Saints are the best defensive team in the league, in my opinion, and the Bucs are not slouches on that side of the ball either. So under my favorite bet, again, I'm pretty torn on the game, but since I picked the Saints to win by 3, I will take the Saints -2.5.
Tom Brady in his playoff career, all of that with New England, at least coming into this postseason, 31-11, 31 wins, more than any other QB, more than any other player in NFL history. Can he get to 32 tonight and set up a date with Aaron Rodgers? I can tell you, whichever QB comes out of this matchup, it's going to be a fun NFC title game. So we have that to look forward to, and obviously we already know it's going to be Buffalo and Kansas City, a rematch of the 1993 AFC title game. We can talk a little bit about that a little later on as well. Certainly some question marks on the KC side after Patrick Mahomes left that game early today with a concussion. So stay with us. DraftKings Leaderboard Live rolls on throughout the evening. He is Matt LaMarca. I'm Adam Kaufman. You're you. Stay here with us. Welcome back, everyone. This is DraftKings Leaderboard Live with Matt LaMarca. I am Adam Kaufman. 1 quarter in the books in Nolens, and the big takeaway, hope you rostered Will Lutz. It's 6-0 Saints.
Yeah, what do we talk about, Koff? End of the first quarter. Looking pretty good if you rostered those defenses.
Yeah.
And it should be said the Saints had a special teams touchdown come off the board after a block in the back. So, you know, I'm never gonna say it won't happen again after last night when we had 2 defenses in the winning lineup. But you know how I feel about the early defenses. You know, let's not crown them quite yet.
Yeah, this is a game, obviously, that had the over-under of 52.5 coming in. And I'm not saying the over is going to hit. I know you like the under going in, but I think we're going to do better than 6. In fact, I think there might even be touchdowns in this game. So
well,
tell
Tampa's
me,
moving it that way now.
Well, I was just going to say, where do we go from here?
Yeah, I mean, Tampa, it seems like is heating up a little bit. I do think that New Orleans defense has played very well to start the first quarter, but we'll see if that can continue. On the other side, New Orleans hasn't really even had the ball very much, even though they've had 6 points. You know, they've had a couple of special teams plays. They had a tripping penalty called against Tampa Bay. So not really a big need for Breeze and Kamara and company to move the ball yet. So we'll see what happens. Breeze hasn't looked great when he has had to throw the ball, but they have the lead, and that's always a good thing.
Just based on field position, do you think, you know, Sean Payton's crew is happy to have 6, or Bruce Arians' squad is actually relieved to have only allowed 6?
I would say the latter. I think that, you know, to be only down 6-0, you know, after the Saints ran one back essentially to the red zone and, you know, had another possession stall out just outside the red zone. That's a pretty good result. But again, you've got to start putting some points on the board if you're Tampa Bay.
Early second quarter, let's take a quick look at where things stand in the $3.5 million divisional millionaire contest, 201,000 entries. We have a solo leader. It's that stunner. 23rd entry for that individual, holding firm at about a quarter-point lead, but no one in this game. So that's a lineup just waiting and hoping and praying right now. You go down to 6th place, only 3 points back, Saints DST, currently at 11 points. So obviously that one could swing either way. Maybe the DST shows up big. Maybe we get, you know, another Harris threatening for a touchdown moment, and that really bursts things. But, you know, more often than not, you're not going to do a whole lot better than where that lineup is sitting in terms of a DST. If you keep on scrolling down a little bit, you go to 14th place. Let's see. It's another one with a Saints DST, 6th place, same deal. Down in 26th, Cam Brate, you know, so if he were to get a touchdown or 2, I don't know how likely that is. There's another one in 30th, Traquan Smith is in that lineup. That lineup is only about 9 points off the lead. So, I mean, how are you feeling if you're a contender, or if anyone is going to knock someone out of that top spot? Is it a lineup that is, you know, probably a Bucks or Saints stack that's just buried at the moment?
Yeah, I think, you know, certainly Kamara and Michael Thomas are going to be very chalky plays. We have yet to see a real, you know, like explosion game at the running back position. So, if Kamara or Fournette could be that guy, that's going to swing a lot of contests. I did see some Fournette teams lurking in the 50s or so in this contest. So I do think Fournette has a chance to become very relevant very quickly. And then, yeah, there's going to be some other ancillary pieces. You know, we haven't talked really about any of the Bucks wide receivers yet. Marshawn Lattimore, great play, breaking up a pass downfield to Evans, but other than that, it's been kind of a quiet start for them. So I'm not sure if it's going to be a full-on stack that makes a run. It could certainly happen if this game turns up in terms of pace and scoring. But I do think for sure a running back is where I'm expecting there to be some movement in the relatively near future.
Tampa wound up stalling out. It was a Ryan Suckup field goal. So it's all about the kickers and the DSTs so far. But again, early second quarter, long ways to go, 6-3. It is the Saints in front, getting the ball back. He's LaMarca. I'm Kaufman. Hang with us, DK Leaderboard Live, all the way throughout this game. We'll be back soon. What's up, everyone? Halftime in Nollins. Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. He is Matt LaMarca. I'm Adam Kaufman. Right now, it's all about the kickers for the most part anyway. 13 all game. The DSTs have been okay. Obviously, we do have a couple of touchdowns in this game. The weird thing is, though, in this much publicized, highly hyped showdown for probably the last time between Tom Brady and Drew Brees, to this point, the best quarterback in the game has been Jameis Winston.
Yeah, they were hyping this up as the History Channel Bowl. I do not think that this game will be airing on the History Channel anytime soon. It has been a bit of a snoozer. Neither quarterback has played well, in my opinion. A lot of checkdowns.
Neither one is 100 yards.
Yeah, an interception on Breeze's side. Brady's averaging just 4.4 yards per attempt. It's been ugly. Like you said, the best play in this game came via a, beautiful play design by Sean Payton. Although, I mean, come on. They lined up Jameis Winston at receiver. What did the Bucks think was going to happen?
Right.
But he got a wide open.
How about the revenge narrative for him too? How good did that feel?
I'm sure it felt great. He still deserves to be a starting quarterback in the league, in my opinion. I was very surprised he couldn't find a job this offseason. And if Breeze does retire, I mean, I know New Orleans loves Taysom Hill. I think that he would probably be their quarterback next season, but having Jameis Winston is a wonderful insurance policy.
Yeah, provided he's still there. Just a one-year deal, obviously.
Right.
So free agency is going to come this offseason, and who knows? Plenty of QB teams are QB hungry, or in QB need, or at least some competition and potentially in line for new starters. Obviously, conversation for another day, but something we have dipped into from time to time. Yeah, looking around this one, I mean, the bonus is certainly in play for Alvin Kamara, who has 44 on the ground on 10 carries. No one else, rushing wise, is doing anything on that side of the ball. For the Bucks, you had talked about Leonard Fournette coming into the game as a good option, even with Ronald Jones active, and Fournette is 8 for 38 as compared to Jones 5 for 20. He's also, maybe more notably, a big part of the passing game so far, has a third of Brady's yards, 3 for 30. Cam Brate, 3 out of 4 for 31. Chris Godwin, he's been targeted 4 times. He has 2 catches, and yet the 2 missed balls are incredibly frustrating. Not to say they were easy plays to make, but it just feels like he could and should be having such a bigger game than he is so far.
Yes. And we didn't even talk about Michael Thomas on the Saints side, 0 for 3. 0 catches, 3 targets. So I've been impressed with Fournette. I mean, he's a guy that entered the league with a huge pedigree, top 5 draft pick out of LSU, one of the better college running backs in recent memory. Hasn't lived up to the billing. Couldn't really shake Ronald Jones. Ronald Jones established himself as the clear lead back in Tampa before the end of the season. But I think Fournette has looked energetic, shifty, and we know he's got excellent power when he gets a full head of steam going. So he's been, sort of the best player for the Bucks, I think, in the first half, at least on the offensive side of the football. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think whichever one of these offenses can get into some sort of rhythm is ultimately going to win this game. Neither side inspires a ton of confidence at the moment, yet they have combined for 26 points, halfway to the intended total before the game. So I feel like Brady has played a little bit better than Breeze. And I thought, like we talked about pregame, I think he's the better player at this point. But at the same time, Kamara has made some plays for New Orleans, and Sean Payton has, got them some points with an excellent play call. So I'm about as confused in this game as I was coming into it. I still don't know how you separate these two teams.
Well, and here I was just going to ask you, where do we go from here in the third quarter? It just feels like a guessing game.
Yeah, I mean, the Saints have won the first 2 matchups. They were winning in this first half for the majority of it, but I don't know. It seems like momentum has kind of swung in Tampa Bay's direction. Now, New Orleans does get the ball to start this half, I believe. So they have a chance to come out and take control of this game. But, nothing that the Saints have done on the offensive side of the ball really inspires a ton of confidence. All of their points have come essentially via the return game and via a trick play.
Is there maybe one pass catcher on either? Like, for instance, you mentioned Michael Thomas, 0 for 3 to this point. That can't hold, right? I mean, I know that this is a guy that has had his ups and downs throughout this year, and the chemistry hasn't always been on point with Drew Brees. But by the same token, this is a divisional round playoff game for a chance to go to the NFC title game. He's not going to turn in a goose egg or even, a 2-catch game, is he?
I mean, I think that's more dependent on Drew Brees than Thomas at this point. 3 targets was tied for second on the team. It's not like he has been it's not a lack of involvement. It's just that he hasn't really been put in a great position to succeed. I mean, Drew Brees has 63 passing yards. So I'm expecting Brees to play a little bit better, but again, this Bucs defense is no joke. So I don't think he gets shut out. I will say that, but certainly he's gotten to the point now where he's going to need to score a touchdown to have any chance at returning fantasy value.
Independent of something wild happening in the second half, meaning this thing just turns into a real shootout, and obviously guys soar up the leaderboards in regard to DFS. Our $3.5 million divisional millionaire contest, 201,000 entries, and that solo leader looking for $1 million if we wind up with one by the end of the night. Currently, we do. Forgive me, I can't pronounce it. Really, it's just a series of letters. And
I believe that's Elwazisniski 4.
Yeah, no, it's dead on accurate. That leading lineup has Traquan Smith with his big night so far, 15 points, in front by about 3 points. You don't have to go far, though. You look down to, 8th place, which is just 7 points off the lead, has Leonard Fournette. I guess the question would be, is 8 points, a narrow enough deficit that you think Fournette could, ultimately overtake Traquan Smith?
Yeah, I mean, by my math, this is 7 points, Kaufman. So
yeah,
I would say
if you're into that sort of thing,
I would say I hate to be so wishy-washy, but again, this is like another coin flip situation. Fournette had 9 in the first half, 9.8. I think he can be reasonably projected for, 7 points in the second half. It's just, does Traquan Smith have another catch in him? I'm not sure if he does. So I guess I will give the slightest of edges to Leonard Fournette here. But again, there are some other teams that are, lurking too. There's a team with Fournette and Cameron Brate.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up at 17th. Heavy Chevy F, sitting 10 points back.
He's an F-150 man. Yeah, that team is very live, and who knows what else is out there.
Yeah,
it's impossible to know.
Yeah, no, it's I'm just kind of scrolling through it, and this one certainly is live. In 79th, Ski JMB, 130th entry, 162 points, so about 15 off the lead, has Fournette and Kamara. Ooh. So that might be the most live lineup that we've got right now.
Yeah, if this team's only 8 behind the team with just Fournette, I like this team a lot better.
Yeah. So we'll see how things unfold on that one anyway. Showdown, though, the $1.2 million Sunday night showdown with $300K going to first. If, again, we wind up with a solo leader. Currently, it's a two-way tie for first with Hutch Dog 16 and World Broker 58.97 points, which is only about a half-point advantage on third place at the moment. Smith in the captain spot where he's turned in 23. Brady, Kamara, Evans, Godwin, and Fournette. Good-looking build, clearly based on what we've seen so far. Is it good enough to hold?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that Traquan in the captain spot is going to end up working out long-term. There's a team with Brady in third that's just a point behind or so, a point and a half. You would think that Tom Brady should be able to close that gap in the second half. So that's the downside of going with a punt play in the captain spot. Like, yes, it does allow you to get a really strong team around that player, but you're also not going to benefit from that extra, 1.5x boost on one of those studs, which, 12% of the field put Brady in the captain spot, they're going to be getting an extra half of his fantasy points tacked on compared to you.
Smith in the captain spot, just 2.5% owned. He's in a quarter of these lineups overall out of about 117,000 entries. So we'll see. Should be an interesting second half. Probably more questions than answers at the moment. Is there one thing that you're most looking forward to here in, quarters 3 and 4?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see which one of these old men can fight off Father Time. These are like the two guys that I grew up when it was the best quarterbacks in the league. And this is sort of the last hurrah for them. So, and obviously no disrespect to Peyton Manning. I'll put him in that category as well. But Breeze and Brady, if this is the last time we're going to see it as reported, and this might be the last time we see Drew Brees in general, this is not how I want him to go out, man. I want these guys to go out in a shootout at the OK Corral. I don't want them out there, throwing rocks at each other.
Yeah, amen. That's what I want to see too. Hopefully we get that. Third quarter is underway, so we're going to step aside. We will return at the third quarter break, hopefully with more offense to talk about, obviously. For Lamarca, I'm Kaufman. Stay with us. It's DK Leaderboard Live. All right. This is exciting. We have got the fourth quarter coming up here in New Orleans. The Saints, the Buccaneers, and the game is tied at 20. With Matt Lamarca, I'm Adam Kaufman. Each team with a touchdown in that third quarter. Of course, Traquan Smith doing it again, helping out the leading lineup in the Millionaire Contest. And then you had Leonard Fournette in the air, not on the ground. So Tom Brady owners, rejoice, you were involved. But Uncle Lenny, he has been terrific here in this one, both rushing and receiving. So how does this game end? It's a total guessing game, isn't it?
Tied? I don't know. I think we might be here till midnight, Cough.
I'll wait.
First off, shouts to Traquan Smith. After I said he may not see another catch in the second half, he proceeds to reel in a long touchdown. I've heard some sharp people talking this week about how the Bucs really struggle against slot wide receivers, and Traquan Smith obviously has delivered on that. So shout outs to him. And then, Leonard, that touchdown catch was a little shaky. There was a bobble. I'm not 100% convinced he actually caught it still, but the points are on the board and they are on the fantasy rosters of those who rostered him. So I think he's going to continue to rack up more points, but the gap between, Lubazuznikiski up at number 1 and the rest of the field has widened a little bit.
On that note, shaky touchdowns or touchdowns that could have been, Twitter is still ablaze after Chris Godwin's touchdown was, not a touchdown. I guess it looked like a touchdown to me. I know he lost the ball, but it was after he had scored and was out of the end zone by that point.
You got to bring it to the ground in the end zone. You got to secure the catch.
I don't know, man. That to me was a touchdown. I think if, the Bucs wind up losing this game, that is going to be talked about quite a bit.
That wasn't a touchdown. I'm sorry. I hate to tell you that. If he caught it not in the end zone and got 2 feet down and then just dropped it while he was going to the ground, would it be a catch?
Listen, social media is upset. That's all I can
Social media is incorrect. Sorry.
Social media is always upset. Is that also, a fair point? So Brady at 143 passing, couple of touchdowns. Alvin Kamara is still flirting with the bonus. He's got 79 on the ground. Breeze, by the way, 121 with a TD and an interception. Jameis Winston, of course, had that 56-yard touchdown. The first to Traquan Smith of his 2 scores, who is also flirting with the bonus. He has 3 for 85 right now. That would certainly help some people out. Quick look at that $3.5 million divisional millionaire contest that we've got going on. And it's about a 5-point lead for our leader right now, despite obviously Patrick Mahomes leaving that game early today. Very popular play, although a quarter of lineups went for about 22 points before his concussion. We hope he is well. Traquan Smith, though, 23.5 points. And I don't want to say he's in a safe spot per se. Obviously, you look at Heavy Chevy F, who we've talked about, only 5 points back, has Fournette and Brate still. So which one would you be more comfortable in?
You'll always be putting me on the spot, and I never get these right. Normally, I take the team with the minutes. And so I'm going to go in the opposite direction, and I'm going to take the team at the top.
Okay. There's another one too I should mention.
Nope, don't want to hear it.
I'm going to tell the people. You mute me for all I care. Also 5 points back, percentage points behind Heavy Chevy. It is Fournette and Traquan together. So no making Cam Brate again. It's those two. We'll see what ends up happening here. We're going to step aside. Again, 2020 game, couple minutes into this fourth quarter, and something has got to happen, whether it's overtime or this thing is decided in regulation. One promise I can certainly make you is that we will be back a little bit later on here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Stay with us. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live with Matt Lamarca. I'm Adam Kaufman, and that is a wrap on the divisional round. We now know it is going to be the Chiefs, of course, taking on the Bills in the AFC title game, maybe with, maybe without Patrick Mahomes. We wait, and of course, with this game going final, 30-20 in New Orleans, Tom Brady and his Bucks beating Drew Brees and his Saints, almost certainly sending the future Hall of Fame quarterback into retirement. It'll be the Bucks and Packers. We will look ahead to both those games coming up, but Lamarca, first, quick thoughts on this one. I mean, flirted right with the over-under, just fell short. You liked the under, so good for you. And neither quarterback really had a great game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be sad if this is Drew Brees' last game. 19 for 34, 134 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. The turnovers were the difference in this one, right? The Saints turned the ball over 4 times, and the Buccaneers turned it over none. The Saints gave the Bucks 14 points off turnovers, and they lost by 10. So it's sad. It's sad. It's the end of an era. Drew Brees in New Orleans have been relevant for over a decade. He brought the city back after Katrina. One of the most important, player franchise combinations in history. So I have a ton of respect for Drew Brees, and I think he deserved better overall. He had that one horrible missed pass interference call a couple of years ago against the Rams, would have went to the Super Bowl. He had that miracle Stephon Diggs play a couple of years ago against the Vikings to get knocked out of the playoffs. So I think the fact that Brees is retiring with 1 ring is a little bit disappointing for him. He should have had more opportunities, but still an excellent career if this is the end, in fact, and a, for sure, no doubt, first ballot Hall of Famer.
Well, some great notes courtesy of Field Yates. ESPN tweeted out, if this is it for Drew Brees, of course, a Super Bowl champion and MVP, the NFL's all-time passing yards leader at 80,492. I'd have to look to see how close Tom Brady is to that, because as we know, TB12 is playing forever, so inevitably he will pass that, just as he did passing touchdowns. But Brees retires second in that category, 572. 13-time Pro Bowler, 5-time All-Pro, led the NFL in passing yards 7 times, and the 3 highest single season completion percentage ever. Again, provided this is in fact the end for Drew Brees, but we all expect it will be.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the same player anymore. He got hurt this year. He's got kids. He can do whatever he wants after he retires. I'm sure if he wanted to get into a booth, he could get a job immediately. And certainly if he chooses to just retire, the man's got plenty of money. So truly, Drew Brees can do whatever he wants at this point. And I don't blame him if he doesn't want to play football anymore, because he's already given this franchise and us as fans all we could have asked for.
Well, let's remember as well, this time last year, not quite this time, but last offseason, obviously he was deliberating and taking his time trying to decide whether or not to come back. Ultimately did, but probably, and we knew it at the time, for that one final year. So we'll see what Sean Payton and the Saints do next. A couple options internally if they re-sign Jameis Winston, who threw a touchdown in this game on a nifty trick play there, hitting Traquan Smith for his first of 2 touchdowns that he had. Of course, there's Taysom Hill, who was unavailable for this one, but the Saints absolutely love him. Statistically speaking, yet Alvin Kamara falls short of the rushing bonus. Seemed like he was in a smash spot. Popular captain play in the showdown, popular play in general on the Classic. 85 yards for him. Didn't added another 20 in the air, didn't do much. Michael Thomas, who seemed like at that salary was such a great play, goose egg. Didn't have a single catch. He was shut out 4 attempts. As you talked about earlier, a lot of that's on Drew Brees, but even still a big disappointment. And at least just sticking with the Saints side here for a moment, it was the Traquan Smith show.
Yeah, Smith was the only guy that really could get anything going. And I mean, again, 50 of those yards came on just a complete blown coverage trick play. So you take that away, he still had a great game because he scored a touchdown, but most of those yards came on a chunk play that was more the defense just falling asleep than anything that Traquan did. Jared Cook is going to feel bad about the fumble. He definitely was a little loose with the football. Should have been able to see that hit coming. And that was ultimately the difference. The Saints were up or tied at that point and driving, and they ended up losing control of the game at that point. So you feel for Jared Cook, you feel for this team. Again, I do think the Saints are a team that should have been more, rewarded in terms of Super Bowl appearances and possibly another ring or two for Drew Brees.
And said it'll be Tom Brady continuing his chase for a 7th ring, which is just unbelievable, especially that it's happening.
Share the wealth, Tom.
Yeah, year 1 after his time in New England as well. After no preseason, lack of offseason, COVID protocols, just a really strange time to change teams after 20 years in one place. Doesn't seem to matter, as is typical of Brady teams. They've gotten better as the season has gone on. They've gotten stronger. Not to say that they were fantastic today, but they were more than good enough. And we will talk in a few moments about what that means for obviously this next challenge at Lambeau here. But Brady 199, which is so fitting. That was his draft choice number. 2 touchdowns. Fournette 17 for 63. Brady the rushing touchdown there as well with the QB sneak. No one with more than 50 receiving yards. Cam Brate had the 50 as well on 4 catches. So it wasn't like we were talking about Chris Godwin, who was kind of a bust in this one. 4 out of 7 for 34. Missed opportunities, the story of his game. You had Rob Gronkowski, 14. Antonio Brown, 1 for 10. That's it. Mike Evans, 1 for 3. He had a touchdown, I guess, to salvage his day, but still, he was only targeted 3 times. This is just a bizarre game for the Tampa offense.
Very bizarre game. I mean, you look at the score line, you say, all right, 50 points, that's not so bad, but there was no fantasy value in this game for the most part. I mean, you had Traquan, who popped off. Fournette had a good game, and I guess Kamara was okay. He wasn't great for his price tag, but that's it. It was defense and special teams that were generating the chunk plays here. So they found the end zone a few times, these guys, but when both quarterbacks throw for less than 200 yards and you don't have a single 100-yard rusher, there's not a lot to get excited about here.
So let's make the move then to the $3.5 million divisional millionaire contest. $1 million to first place, provided we had a solo leader. And guess what? Pending any stat corrections, we do. So congratulations to, if I'm saying this right, and I don't know that I am, Lusinski. Is that what you were calling it earlier? Lusinski 4?
I was certainly not calling it that, but producer Madison says Luzinski, so that's what we're going with.
Well, either way, this person's $1 million richer if this holds. 22nd entry for that person, 186.3 points spanning the 4-day, or rather 2-day, 4-game classic contest here. Mahomes in the quarterback spot with about 22 points. Of course, could have been so much more, as we know, left early with a concussion. Hopefully he is okay, most importantly for his own well-being. But I know Chiefs fans would love to see him out there in this next clash with the Bills. You had Aaron Jones go for about 20. Cam Akers, same story. Traquan Smith went for 23.5. Mecole Hardman, 9.2% owned, 10 points. Alan Lazard, only 7% owned, not even, went for about 20. Travis Kelce, about 28. Same for Stephon Diggs, the Bills DST, with 19. There are a lot of different things to point out here for this build. Among them, no one with an enormous game, meaning no one cracked 30 points.
Yeah, I mean, Diggs and Kelce were the two, guys that were the highest scorers on the slate. They were the two that you needed, but both were pretty popular.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing here is the triple, punt wide receivers, Smith, Hardman, Lazard, all sub 4K, and none of them was owned at a double-digit rate. And we're talking about a 4-game slate. There wasn't a ton of options in that price range to choose from. So got some very nice production out of those cheap wide receivers, and then pretty much ate the chalk everywhere else. The one thing that I think may have separated this team a little bit was just minimal Chiefs, right? It was Patrick Mahomes, Hardman, and Kelce. That's, I think, as far as Chiefs stacks go, you were looking at a lot of Mahomes, Kelce, Hill combinations, and those didn't necessarily pay off because Hill wasn't great today. So by going with Diggs instead of Hill, that ended up differentiating this lineup a little bit. And getting obviously better production from Diggs than Hill. So the one thing, and I hate to be this guy that I have to harp on, is do not lock up your flex. It didn't end up mattering here. This lineup is a winner. So he can tell me to take my ball and go home. But Diggs should have been in one of the wide receiver spots, and Traquan Smith should have been in the flex spot to give you maximum late swap flexibility. Again, didn't matter. This lineup still won $1 million, assuming there's no stat corrections, but you want to give yourself as many outs as possible. It didn't end up mattering here, but just do yourself a favor. You're going to regret it in the long run if you don't put your latest player in the flex spot.
Good note. Obviously, something people should keep in mind is, we're all out there building our DFS lineups and trying to be as smart at it as possible. The $1.2 million Sunday night showdown contest, $300K to first place. Again, a solo leader. Jack's 13 with about 1 point win. Again, if things hold. So getting that $300K. Brady, who was flame emoji, man, 33 plus points with his couple of touchdowns in the captain spot. Kamara, Evans, Fournette, Suckup, and Smith. And, no one was a real punt play here. Everyone was at least 14% owned, but everyone with the exception of Evans, did pretty solid. Kamara, I guess, was not great for his 75% ownership.
Yeah, and you can eat some of the chalky plays when you are willing to leave a bunch of salary on the table. This lineup left 3,700 in cap space. Going down to Traquan. And again, it's not like this was a super chalky lineup. Fournette sub 25%, Smith right at 25%, and Suckup at 14.5%. And those three ended up being great plays right there. The biggest busts were Kamara and Evans, and they were relatively popular. So this lineup was fine. It didn't end up getting duplicated. Anytime you can have a non-duplicated lineup in a showdown contest, you're doing something right, especially when you can correlate your lineup and having the Brady stack with Evans and Fournette. And then also, Suckup there was not bad. It's a pretty good team.
So next up, we have the championship weekend. Of course, not Super Bowl just yet, but conference championship weekend coming up on Sunday, 1 week from today, January 24th, the early game at Lambeau. It's these Bucks we just watched against the Packers. Another great quarterback battle, obviously. Tom Brady chasing ring number 7, as we talked about. Aaron Rodgers, another one of those guys that you feel like he's not only in the midst of an MVP season, but like Drew Brees, another guy just seems to deserve another championship before his time is done. And that's still hopefully a few years away. But what do you think of this battle? Who emerges, and who should people be thinking about?
Yeah, the interesting thing here, the spread, Packers -4. We were talking earlier. I was thinking 4.5. I think that the Packers are going to be a very popular bet this week. I mean, they've looked fantastic. Tampa Bay has not played particularly appealing football. They squeaked by Washington and they kind of squeaked by the Saints. Even though they won by 10, it was kind of a squeaker game. I think that we're going to see a lot of Packers money. And I like Aaron Rodgers. I just think there's no stopping him right now. He faced what should have been a test this week against the Rams, who have one of the best defenses in football, and just carved them up. So I think you factor in home field advantage. Rodgers has historically been great when playing at Lambeau Field. I give the edge to the Packers, but I do worry they're going to be a public team. The over-under here is set at 51.5, and my initial thought would be that is high, considering that this game is going to be played in Lambeau in January. You always have to worry about weather concerns. We'll see what the forecast holds, but my initial leans are the Packers and the under.
So on the other side, you've got another game with a high projected total, also another relatively low line here. Chiefs playing host to the Bills. How much of that is respect for the Bills and how good a team they are versus the injury concern with Mahomes as far as where things sit right now?
Yeah, I mean, the way the line is set right now, the Chiefs are favored by 3.5 on DraftKings Sportsbook. That is definitely saying that Mahomes is going to play. If there was no Patrick Mahomes, the Bills would be road favorites in this contest. So tentatively, The DraftKings Sportsbook has this line set as though Mahomes will play, and hopefully that's the case. We deserve it. 2020 was a rough year. Give us Patrick Mahomes versus Josh Allen. The total on this game is big. I really like the Bills. We didn't see their best performance this week, but they did manage to take care of business. And the Chiefs, while they are the best team in football, they have not been a juggernaut by any stretch. They have had a lot of close wins, not a lot of, dominant blowout performances. Their against the spread record is very mediocre. So we'll see how this line moves. It has already just been kind of on the rise. The Chiefs were a team that was only, moderately smaller favorites, but all the money so far apparently has come in on Kansas City. So we'll see where this one goes. I think this should be a very fun game. I mean, the Bills are kind of like the diet version of the Chiefs, right? Young, dynamic quarterbacks, some good playmakers. And we'll find out if maybe they're ready to assert themselves as not the diet version of the Chiefs, but the superior version.
So my pick going into the playoffs, and we talked about this a great deal, a couple weeks ago, whatever it was, but my feeling was probably like a lot of people, the chalk. It was the Chiefs over the Packers in the Super Bowl. My wish list favorite is still alive, which was similar, the Packers over the Bills. How do you think this plays out here with the Final Four?
I think we're looking at Patrick Mahomes versus Aaron Rodgers. I really hope that's what we get, man. How fun would that be? The two best quarterbacks in the league, both at the absolute peak of their powers. I mean, we've had some good matchups, but I can't think of one off the top of my head that is more exciting than Aaron Rodgers versus Patrick Mahomes. That is just, it's really incredible to think about. I mean, Rodgers has had such a great year. There were people that were ready to bury him, saying that he was over the hill, that he was past his prime. And he responded by putting together one of his best seasons of his career, likely looking at his third MVP award. And Patrick Mahomes, you really can't say enough about the kid. He is tremendous. He will end up with a full trophy shelf when his career is eventually over. And both guys would be looking for their second ring. So I would love to see that game, man. I really hope that's what we get. There are really no bad outcomes on the board, but Chiefs Packers, I think, has the potential to be pretty special.
I think that's going to about do it for us, my man. We've got it's a return to Simland coming up over the course of tomorrow. The Dream Stream, which begins in about 14 hours as things stand right now. You're going to have these Buccaneers, plenty to talk about at the Chargers virtual time. Emerson Lazia and Christian DeAndrea will be with you for the nooner. And then coming up, Madden Matinee, Falcons at the Bills, Jason Rossi and Christian for that one. And then it is the early bird special, Titans at the Raiders at 4 Eastern, Rossi and Kenny Ducey. That should be a good time. Brendan Glasheen and Kenny will have you. Glash and Tweak there for Cowboys at Broncos. That is the happy hour sim at 6. 8 o'clock, I'll return for, my beloved Packers against the Jaguars with Tom Carroll, Tom Ace. He sticks around with Glash for Ravens and Saints at Madden After Dark, 10 o'clock Eastern. So good group of teams playing tomorrow.
Yeah, should be a fun day. There is a rumor circulating, Coffin, that I will be making my return to the Madden Sims this week.
I love that.
So you'll just have to stay tuned, but you might have Big Saxy back on the airwaves.
Big Saxy in his finest Lamarcas. You can't beat it. I'm excited. All right, let's get out of here. Let people enjoy their evenings, all of you watching, and not to mention everybody working. Our thanks to producer Madison Daniel, our technical director, Jordan Howard, everybody involved with the last few hours. Congrats today to both the Buccaneers and, of course, the Chiefs. And on to the next round, man. Should be fun. We are into conference championship time as the NFL season winds down. Only 3 games left. It's crazy. He's Matt Lamarck. I'm Adam Kaufman. Thanks for being with us. This is DraftKings Leaderboard Live.